fine. Everybody's got their coffee and it's set. There we go. Okay, I'd like to call this special council meeting to order. And starting with the Aboriginal Acknowledgement, we would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Sinix people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor the connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I don't think there are any late items. Nobody's got anything late. And so moving on to item 4, adoption of the agenda. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Lockenberg. All those in favor? That's been moved and carried. There's no adoption of previous minutes at this point. Recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. There are none. Requests, none. Delegations, well, many today, but not under item 8. Bylaws, and takes us to item number 10. Recommendations from staff, and today's budget session is on water and sewer. And I see our Chief Financial Officer has taken up the chair of importance at the end, so I will turn it over to him to lead off.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. Council, thank you very much for your time today. So just as far as sort of a plan for the day, start off by just giving you a brief introduction to the Finance Department, kind of who we are. A few of us have shown up here at the back, so I'll introduce you to them, and then talk a little bit about the budget process and where we are and how the whole thing will kind of unravel over the coming months. You'll be seeing a lot of us between now and May 15th. So we kind of work through that. This, it could take half an hour, could take longer. Really depends. I know everybody loves finance, so there may be tons of questions or maybe none. Either one's fine. So then after that, we'll kind of roll into our discussion on the water and wastewater budgets. And yeah, and then I also scheduled to have around 1 o'clock today, Rory Gallagher come and do a bit of a presentation. He's a consultant that we've used over the last few years to kind of work on our water conservation and looking at the wastewater strength that's going to the wastewater treatment plant. So he's done a lot of work over the last couple of years, and he'll update us on that and some of the things that he's currently working on. Okay, so without further ado, finance. So this is just kind of an overview of, there we go, awesome, of who we are in the Finance Department. I'm your Chief Financial Officer, and I've been in this role only for about 5 months. I was the deputy here for about 7 years. And recently moved into the CFO role. We have a new deputy sitting right behind me. Her name is Amy Mooney. She's got her hand up there. And she sort of runs the finance department downstairs where we, do payroll. We do our accounts payable, accounts receivable, collect fees, water, sewer, property taxes. We have our customer service reps down there as well. When you come in to pay a bill or parking ticket or things like that, they're down there to help you, and they also work with Nelson Hydro quite a bit. That's quite a bit of their activity is folk coming in asking about their hydro accounts and opening new accounts, moving in, moving out, that type of thing. So they're quite busy down there with those activities. We also have Suzanne Rorick here, who's our purchasing manager. It's a very important part of what we do, and a lot of, most of the big projects we have funnel through her department at some point here to whether we go out for a tender or an RFP or those types of activities, and she's always helping the department sort of put those together and keep us in line with our policies and procedures and things of that nature. We have a new role here too. It's a finance and IT manager. His name's Nathan Russ. He's not able to join us today. He's doing some professional development, but he is in charge of our IT department. We also have 4 rural municipalities that we support: Salmo, Silverton, Slocan, and New Denver. And so he helps them with their financial activities, and they pay us a fee for that to support that role. And he's also taken the responsibility of sort of the financial officer for Nelson Hydro, which has become a ever increasingly challenging and involved role, I think, as we and this is going to be a bit of information overload at the beginning, but we also are regulated by the BC Utilities Commission as far as Nelson Hydro is concerned. So there's that extra sort of level of regulation that he's helping us out with. So I just wanted to give you a kind of an overview of the City of Nelson's finances and budget. So this is from our 2021 financial statements. This is our last year that we had audited, and we're into 2022 now. And so just as a kind of overview of, this is a format that you're going to be seeing a lot of here's our revenue and expenses, our budget, and I wanted to kind of go through some of the major sources of funding that we have here at the city, as well as some of the major expense categories and things like that. And it's kind of small, isn't it?
Do you really want us to see those numbers?
Yeah, I know. Looking on the screen there and going, holy crap. So I might be able to, yeah. Don't. As I go through, I'm kind of highlighting a few things like this. So I don't know. You can. The numbers are less important. It's the story behind them that's probably important. So how about we just go with that? So we collect revenue from property taxes. That only makes up about 50% of our general operating revenues. So we have a lot of other revenue sources as well. As you can see, sale of services and, investment income and things like that. So the general kind of where we're at now is that if we're trying to generate $100,000 in additional taxation revenue, it's about a 1% tax increase. And so that 50% or that 50% piece is important, because if you think about, okay, let's say you have a 1% increase in your general expenses, you need a 2% tax increase to cover that off, unless we're generating revenue from other sources. We do get some provincial operating grants each year. A significant one is the Small Communities Grant, and that's for rural BC municipalities, kind of in that 0 to 25,000, I think, is where it caps off. And it's a grant to just support small towns. The amount you receive is based on your population as well as your assessment values. So it's a bit of a formula in there to determine how much you get. So we get some annual fees from that, and we also get traffic fine sharing revenue from the province as well, and some library grants and things like that. What we'll be talking about today is our water and wastewater utility and the user fees. That's kind of the goal of today, is to look at what our fees are going to be for the coming year. We get about $7 million from water and wastewater fees each year that go out on an annual bill that you'll see early in the next year. And then Nelson Hydro is also a pretty significant source of revenue to support the hydro operations and the capital that is involved. And I mentioned that we're regulated by the BC Utilities Commission. That's because we have a rural portion of our utility as well, the hydro utility, and about 40% of our revenues come from outside of the city, so the rural customers.
Chris, maybe I'll just
Yeah, sure.
add, Nelson Hydro is within the rural area. We're regulated through the Utility Commission, but rates within the city itself is set by council. So it's not regulated by the Utility Commission. So just that differentiation, and we've been working over the last probably 10 years, but the last 2 years on really creating that separation between what's rural operations and what's urban operations, and really differentiating those. So so that, because of the timing of when we have to file for the rural utility for the Utility Commission, the last council approved those rate increases. Ultimately, it'll form part of our financial plan that this council will ultimately approve, but we're in the process. We filed with the Utility Commission now, and we're waiting to go through that process with them.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. On to the expense side of the budget. So it's broken up into various categories of general government, protective services, your transportation, which be your roads and snow clearing and things like that. General government is about 10% of the budget, and general government is, finance, admin, development services, our arts and culture sector, economic development. I mean, it's a whole range of activities that are placed into there. All our computer, our IT department that services the whole city staff are all in there as well. Protective services is about 20%. That's your police and fire. In transportation and parks, that's another 15%. And those are just on the maintenance side. This doesn't include any of the capital that we add to each year when we do a new road or replace a road or things like that. This is just your maintenance type expenses. And again, what we'll be talking about today is the water and wastewater budgets. So operating expenses are in 2021 were $3.4 million. And again, that doesn't include any of the capital works that we did. That was another $2.8 million in capital that we did on top of that.
Chris?
Yes.
Do you have percentages for the other items, but you don't have a percentage for water, wastewater? Is there a reason for that?
Not really. I just kind of highlighted a few and just sort of said, here's kind of,
I can
Yeah.
do the math. I just wondered if-
no particular reason. It was just, kind of as I went through. I think main part is I wanted to sort of highlight that general government piece includes a lot more than just your, admin department here or anything. It's a whole range of services that the city provides, right, to other departments, support for other departments and things like that, and for the community. Moving on to Nelson Hydro. 13.6 million in operating expenses. About half of that are power purchases from Fortis. So we generate a lot of the power that we provide here in the city, but we purchase a lot of power as well from Fortis. So that makes up a large portion of that, and the rates that Fortis set are dictated by Fortis. So we, if they're having a 3.99% increase for 2022, that's what we have for 50% of those operating expenses. And then you'll see an annual surplus at the bottom here. That's again before any transfers to reserves or any capital expenditures or anything like that. In 2021, we added 9.8 million in capital. So that's new roads, water, sewer, hydro infrastructure, things of that nature. And so those are funded through reserves. So we transfer surplus to reserves and then fuel that capital budget, capital plan that we kind of work through. We come up with a 5-year financial plan each year, but our capital plans will go 10, 15 years out.
And I think this is one area that it's when we do budgeting different than we have to present our financial statements at the end of the year. So this 12 million that shows up in surplus, certainly we have people in community going, well, you have 12 million in surplus at bargaining tables, and our associations or unions are going, well, you have 12 million in surplus. But as Chris said, it's just how we have to account for it. It doesn't take into account that the majority of that is transferred into our capital reserves that fund our capital program. So this is just how we, those fees and taxations that you saw up above, they're set so that we can generate enough money that we can fund our capital program. And that's why you have this, we're budgeting that we are generating 12 million a year to fund our capital programs. That's a deliberate, this isn't, we just ended up with 12 million surplus. We actually are budgeting that to go into capital reserves that get spent on that 9.8 million that we spent this year on capital. If we didn't do that, then we'd either be borrowing or taxes would go, or fees would go way up one year when we were trying to fund these capital programs, and way down another year when we had a lesser capital program. So that's, like I said, that's just how we generate those funds to fund that capital program. Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
do we have an idea what our actual surplus, like that's not the actual surplus, but what generally year to year, what is our actual surplus?
So we budget for a zero surplus each year. So, we have to fund our operating expenses, transfer enough into reserves to pay for capital, and then the surplus is zero. So we just try to budget. Yeah, we budget for a zero. Yeah.
Although we do tend to have a small
Yeah.
surplus, local governments are not allowed to run deficits, so we are somewhat conservative. But on a $60 million budget, we may have $200,000 or $300,000 surplus. So, the former CFO Colin McClure would say, if I'm within 0.1% of my budget at the end of the year, with the complexity of all the things we do here, we're doing pretty well. And so, well, when we get into the general operating, because again, we have a number of funds that are earmarked for different things, and then there's this concept between what's a statutory reserve, which is under legislation, and what are reserves set by council, and what are true surpluses. So we'll get into it. We'll break all those down of kind of where those dollars have basically been allocated towards is kind of, I guess, the best way to look at that.
Yeah, and this might help a little bit, is kind of looking at three different sort of buckets in a way, I guess, of talking about the different funds that we have at the city and sort of our financial planning process. So I'm going to start from right to left, because that's kind of in chronological order of how we're dealing with this, and it's really based on the timing of when we have to make certain decisions. So Nelson Hydro, as I mentioned, that's the rural portion of that utility is regulated by the BC Utility Commission. So they set a deadline for us of October 31st when they want us to have rates set for the next year. So we normally start with that piece of going through Nelson Hydro, looking at the budget, what we need here as far as a rate increase in order to fund the capital projects that are planned. And those rates go into effect from January 1st. The next section here is what we're dealing with today is our water, and I did put sewer on there, and I know Scott likes us to call it wastewater. So anyway, pretend you don't see that. It's water, wastewater, and resource recovery we'll be touching on at a subsequent meeting, but that's our waste and organics and recycling. So these ones we send we need to kind of come up with some rates by the end of January, because soon after that we'll send out notices for your annual water, wastewater, and resource recovery fees, and they have a March 15th deadline on those for a discount. So we kind of need to make a decision on those by the end of January. And those are, the budgets on those are covered by those fees, and everything stays within this utility. So if there is a surplus, that goes straight into, if there's a water surplus, that goes into the water capital reserve to only be used for water capital projects. If there's a wastewater surplus, that goes in the wastewater reserve. So it all stays within that utility, and then can be used to fund capital in the future, or maybe take pressure off of rates. So there might be a lower rate increase in the future if we had more in the reserve. So it all stays contained in there.
And these are all fee-based taxation. We do not tax property taxes. Do not go into any of our utilities. So Nelson Hydro is fully funded by fees. Your hydro fees, water and sanitary, again, funded, and resource recovery funded fully by fees. No taxation goes into those. Your property taxes aren't funding these. Your user fees are those utility bills that you get.
Yeah, exactly. So then when you move to that sort of general, this is the area that is covered by property taxes. And so that'd be your general government that we talked about: police, fire, public works, development services. We have a climate action team here, youth center. Transit is covered by some provincial grants, as well as the fees we collect from transit services and the library. So that is, we collected about 11 million in property taxes if you include kind of all the grants in lieu and things of that nature. We also collect other revenues, though, as I mentioned before. And so May 15th is our deadline for that. We need to determine our 5-year financial plan and our tax rate bylaws by that date so that we can then mail out our tax notices and have those due by that first business date in July. So as it mentioned, this kind of the flow here is that we kind of accomplished the Nelson Hydro piece. We're moving on to the water, wastewater resource recovery today. And then as we kind of make some decisions on that, we'll move over to talking about the general and some of the components of that budget.
So just so you, just so you know, everybody, that these slides have been emailed to you now. They weren't available on the Compass agenda part, but they are now in your email if you're, well, everybody, I'm watching a few people copiously writing down notes, but they are available in your email.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Amazing, thanks.
And I was just going to mention, all local governments have a December year end, so December 31st year end. So our fiscal year starts on January 1st. And as you would have seen from the budget schedule, we're going through, by the time we actually pass the financial plan for this, it's for a 5-year period. So we actually, you adopt a 5-year financial plan. So even though we haven't finalized what 2023 will look like, we're actually operating from that financial plan that was passed last year. So that still gives us authority to spend funds, et cetera. So that is part of the legislative process. We cannot spend funds unless there's a financial plan that approves those expenditures. And it's really the previous, that previous year, five-year financial plan. So we're in basically year 2 of that when we start in 2023, but then we'll update it for the changes that are happening between what we anticipated last year would happen in 2023 and what we actually have planned. So that's how we continue to operate, even though we haven't passed this by December 31st.
So yes, again, so sort of where we're at is in the kind of working through this is Nelson Hydro. We'll do our water and wastewater today, look at some resource recovery. We'll move on to general operating and capital. And all of this is to come together to put together a 5-year financial plan, which has to be approved by that May 15th deadline. And then subsequent to that, we determine what tax rates we need to support that 5-year financial plan. And that also has a May 15th deadline, but we need to do the 5-year financial plan first, and then the tax rate bylaws, kind of the order of flow that, we're mandated to follow. And this is kind of an overview of the financial planning process. If you sort of start at the top here, where each of the departments will kind of work with finance to prepare a budget for next year, and we'll review those and go back and forth with each other quite a bit, and then put together presentations for council. And that's kind of where we're at today for the water and wastewater, but we'll do this same piece with our other departments as well, as kind of go through and do a little presentation for council on what the plan is. Subsequent to that, we'll kind of look at the 5-year plan and determine what tax rates we need to support that, make any kind of adjustments that we have to make to kind of keep things in line with what we think we can work with. Then we'll do a public consultation. So we'll have an open house, invite the public to come. They can see it online. They can come in person. We'll do a presentation in that as well, and, get any feedback from the public on what they might think of the plan, incorporate that into kind of our final version of the 5-year plan, and then adopt our bylaws.
I just want to identify this is going to be a really tough year for us. We're in high inflation scenario. We got a community that's feeling that crunch of that. We have, we have 3 collective agreements we're trying to negotiate, and some of those expectations out there. So it's and there's, as Chris said, for example, Fortis BC purchases, it's that's set by someone else. We have to try to figure out how we make that work. So we're working really hard with our departments to look at all these opportunities or strategies of how we manage in this period, and so this is not going to be a typical budget year. We're working, like I said, working hard to look at options. We really looked at how we purchase, what's critical for us to do now, what could we potentially defer to later, what do we use our own resources, what do we contract out, et cetera, et cetera. So it will be a challenging budget year this year.
Yeah, and I have a bit of a presentation on sort of those types of issues as well, things that we're facing, certain cost pressures in areas, and some of the thoughts we have on ways we can deal with that. And we've got Suzanne Rorick here, who's our purchasing manager, but she's also our resident economist. So she has a lot of insight into kind of global trends and patterns and some of the things that she's seeing as well from the purchasing side. So I think when we get into the general operating and we start talking about that, we'll do a bit of a update on some of those areas where we're feeling the inflation more than others, and then some of the thoughts we have on how we can try and mitigate that a little bit.
So the good news is the city did. We have built our reserves. We have built we do have a lot more flexibility than I would say most local governments out there, because successive councils over the last probably 10, 15 years have really taken to heart that we need to make sure that we're funding our future liabilities, our how do we maintain these utilities, and you'll see that today in the water and wastewater side of the utility. So like I said, we're fairly, we're fortunate that, that was in place. If we didn't have that in place, it would be a pretty impossible task.
Yeah, and I think one of the advantages of doing a 10 or 15-year capital plan, especially when we look at the water and wastewater side of things, is that we don't leave ourselves in a position where you have a year of high inflation and you're scrambling to have to raise fees to match inflation, because we've kind of looked out far enough in advance that we can have some flexibility with rates and smooth things out a little bit. So you'll see that when we get into that plan as well, that I think we've managed those two funds extremely well. So that's going to help us, I think. Then as far as some of the guiding documents and things that we kind of work towards, of course, there'll be council's strategic priorities, and I believe you'll be having some sessions probably in the spring here to sort of come together and come up with some thoughts and things you want to set out, some plans for the next 4 years, which will help us sort of, this is a financial plan, but it's also a 5-year plan. It's what we're doing. It's the activities that we're doing. It's where we're putting our focus. The finance side of it is how we do it, but there's a people and processes and resources and all these folks behind here who are, kind of working towards those things. So we'll take that direction from the strategic priorities and some of the those types of things and help guide us. We also do a water and wastewater master plan, and we just got our wastewater master plan in a draft version that we'll be showing to council in January, and some of the results that came out of that piece. But they help us over the coming 10 years as far as, what sort of areas of need there are, what types of infrastructure need to be updated to accommodate growth. That type of thing. So we'll be sharing that out shortly. Yeah.
Would it not be valuable for us to see it
it's like hot off the press. So there's some things in it that, and you're right, in a perfect world, we could kind of do things in the reverse order. There's nothing in there that's brand new. They're all things that we, kind of expected, and we've got them worked into the financial plan. But there's some more specific things in there that I think can help us. What we're dealing with today is more like, what do we need the 2023 water and wastewater rates to be? As far as the financial plan is concerned, I mean, these are things that are going to be like 10 years out and beyond. So, they may not impact exactly what the 2023, wastewater rate needs to be, for example. So I think we have some flexibility there. And as we kind of work towards, the coming years, I think we can sharpen the pencil a little bit and adjust some of those numbers. But I think we have a pretty solid foundation of what we need to kind of come up with some rates for this coming year.
And the other thing just to note is this is an update. This isn't a new wastewater master plan. It's update, and same with water. I think we got that 2 years ago, I believe, Colin.
7.
Okay, so that was another update on a plan that we've done before. Certainly Scott and Colin and their team can talk about, those, if there's anything in this revised plan that we really need to be thinking about. But as Chris said, it's on the capital side of that. We know our sewage treatment plant needs to be upgraded or replaced. So what does that look like, and what's the magnitude of that cost? We've certainly been budgeting for it for a number of years. So it's like, and I think that's what Chris meant by it. It's not new things. It's just refining, what type of plant we should be looking at, where are we going to try to upgrade where we're at, what the challenges, et cetera, at that are. But I'm sure Colin and Scott can speak to sort of any new insight with this update.
Yeah, we also had a report from Urban Systems in, I think it was 2018, that sort of identified some of those issues with the sewage treatment plant as well. So that one was fairly recent, and so we had already, planned to do some of these things. The wastewater master plan will just sort of refine that a little bit, and had some recommendations for doing a liquid waste management plan, for example, which is in the budget here as well, and we'll talk about that a little bit. So then, of course, we were looking at, things like our asset management plans, our 10 to 15 year capital plans, the 5-year financial plan that we're going to put together here in the coming months. Some of the other documents we have, like, the work that Nelson Next is doing, and that team, and kind of keeping a focus and a lens on everything that we do to kind of incorporate some of those climate action initiatives. And of course, our purchasing policies and trade agreements and things like that.
Probably the other critical document is the OCP, the official community plan, is sort of that overarching where we're going as a community. And all these other pieces are ultimately part of that official community plan.
Yeah, so that's kind of an overview, kind of on the finance and budgeting side of things. I think, it'll all kind of come together as we're going through each of these pieces, and we, like I say, we break it off into manageable sizes that make it easy to work through. And we'll have each of the departments come and kind of present their thoughts and plans and activities that they have scheduled out, and kind of work through the financing side of things. And then it'll all come together when we put together that 5-year financial plan.
Any questions, anybody?
Great.
All right.
Seeing none?
Okay, well, we can motor right on into doing some water and wastewater then.
So Chris, just in terms of timing,
Yep.
is that presentation on the wastewater plan before we adopt the user fees? Yeah.
It'll come in, when, I think we have January 17th.
The user fees are adopted in December.
Oh, we'll do first 3 readings in December.
Right.
Yeah, then we'll do,
The water
plan isn't until
I think it's
January.
January 17th. Yep.
17th? Okay,
Yeah. And we could do then the final adoption after that meeting then. That might be a good way to do it. Okay, so I might get Colin Ennis to come up and join me here, and we'll kind of go through our water and wastewater plan. Just as far as sort of a timing on how this one will I keep saying, want to say flow, which kind of works, I guess, but we're going to
I was a bit concerned when you started the meeting, you said and that you would explain how things were going to unravel.
Unravel.
yeah,
I heard that.
that's
one.
good too. I'll keep the flow
I
to
didn't really want to
the
hear that my first day as chair,
No.
that this was unraveling.
I'll keep the flow to the water side. When we get into wastewater, we'll talk about unraveling maybe. So the water, yeah, we're going to just kind of a highlight of the water utility and kind of go through that piece, some of the current projects that we've done and future projects and some of the strategic planning, then move into the wastewater side. And then that'll all kind of come together and we'll look a little bit at the rates that we have proposed for 2023. Oops. Yeah, can trade spots if you want. Or, yeah, you can sit here. I'll sit here.
Sure, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll have to help me with the advancing of the
Hey,
slide
just
part here.
the down.
Okay.
Colin,
Yes.
maybe as part of your introduction here is just maybe a bit of an introduction on yourself, how long you've been here.
Sure, 100%, yeah. Well, I guess to the new members of council, hello, and thank you for having me here today. Just to let everybody know kind of how I've wound up in the role that I'm in. I'm the Director of Capital Special Projects, and I do the engineering here as well. I came here in 2014, and at that time I was the Director of Public Works, which encompassed both the operations end of things as well as all of the capital special projects and engineering, which is a big scope. I think you'll come to see here with through all this budget process. And so, well, needless to say, I ran my tail off for about, well, I guess 9 years here. And we've came to the realization that with all of the work that we have from the engineering side of things, as well as all of the operational scope there really is a lot going on there. And so it was decided last year that it was best to split that into two pieces. And so there's a Director of Public Works Operations, which is Charlie Henderson here, who's come from Merritt, and I'm very happy he's here, and myself as the Director of Capital Projects and Engineering. So yeah, the Public Works Department is a lot of what...
Because you have it in the slide there, so when we had a few key people leave the organization, I had to look at, what that structure looks like going forward and what would put council in the best position to get the work done that we need to get done, and how do we, number one, make sure we have succession planning in place, and number two, how do we best support all our departments in doing the work they have. So right now I have, I think, 9 direct reports, and under this new structure I'll have 5 direct reports. And this is a new position, this General Manager of Community Planning, Climate and Infrastructure. Instead of replacing a Deputy CAO position, we've created this new position. And as you can see here, the Public Works and, the Director of Public Works, the Director of Capital and Engineering, which is Colin Innes's role, and then Development Services, which is Sebastian Arcand, will all report to this new position.
Sure. So I guess looking at just for a real quick overview of the department now that I'm operating. So there's obviously myself. I also have my capital project manager, Rob Nystrom, who some of you will have met before. Rob's been with the city, I think, since if I'm remembering right, I think it was 2008 that Rob joined the city. The other fellow that I have on board here with us is Sam Ellison, who had been one of the building inspectors, and he came and joined us earlier this year as our facility manager. And I think Sam's been with the city now, is it 6 years, if I'm remembering correctly? Sam's, actually, I couldn't say, it was nice working with Peter Sinstad, who had been I guess the first facility manager for the city, and he had brought a whole lot of work forward. He's gone off to pursue some other endeavors, and I got to say, having Sam and his building inspector knowledge in on the facilities side of things and dealing with buildings is so valuable. Sam's been really great to work with and has a great knowledge set for that. So I'm really excited about the team that I've got working with me. I think we've got some good folks. Working for us are, we've got 3 design techs who do both survey work out in the field as well as doing like AutoCAD drawings and preparing things for submissions. Between the public works operation and engineering side, we have an office administrator, Mark Craig, who works with us and with our front-end admin, and I can't say enough good things about our front-end admin staff. They definitely are doing a lot of phone calls and emails and interfacing with the public and getting those issues to us and making us aware of things, which is fantastic. And so they do a lot of hard work. And then Kathy on the admin side also does a whole lot of work in making sure that our payables and invoices and all of that is all, purchase orders are all kept in order. And so they do so much to support us, and they're very valuable members of our team. I'll let Charlie have a chance to explain his side of things and introduce his folks here.
Thanks, Colin, and congratulations to Mayor and Council. I look forward to working with you guys over the next 4 years. So as Colin mentioned, I'm the Director of Operations. So with that, we have kind of encompassed 5 departments in operations. We have the wastewater treatment plant, we have parks, we have utilities. Scott here is the supervisor for utilities. We have fleet and transit as well as public works. So under that, we have basically 4.5 exempt staff. We utilize Mark Craig between Colin and I. We also have, as I mentioned, Scott with utilities, supervisor for public works, a supervisor for fleet and transit as well. From there, we have 53 unionized staff members and 9 casual staff members, and that encompasses our operations.
Welcome to the team too, because I think this is the
Thank
first
you very
time we've
much.
gotten a chance to meet you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay. So to advance this then,
Yeah,
Chris?
sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Down arrow.
Down arrow.
Beauty.
Okay. Okay. So, as far as kind of 2, I guess, well, for what we're talking about here with both water and wastewater, there's been 2 master plan documents that were created. I think the first water master plan was done, I guess it would have been 2007 if 2017 is when we got the 10-year update of it. And on the sewer master plan, I think we're a little bit, just because this one there was a lot of substance for them to cover, so I think we were a year out. So I think if I remember right, it was 2009 that was done. At any rate, we've had 2 plans that have been done, and what we've had done here are taking those plans, looking at how we've performed within the plans, and then updating them for what's the next bunch of things that we need to do for that next 10-year window. The last water master plan was updated in 2017, so we started working on that in 2018. A big piece of what the 2017 water master plan looked at was about bringing water to a centralized treatment source for dispersion into the system. Prior to that, water for our water distribution system was actually introduced at 3 separate places. Why bringing that together makes a bunch of sense is the treatment requirements for water are such that you would have to either have 3 water treatment plants with, being able to UV treat and all of that in each one of these locations, or you pull it together into a central area. The other thing is that it gives us a lot more control as to what we're introducing into the system if it's all coming into a centralized point and then coming out, as opposed to us introducing it into the system into various locations. So that was a really big piece of what the Water Master Plan talked about, and we've been in and working on that work. It looked at analysis of supplementary water sources, and so there's some ongoing work that's going on there as well. It looked at our assessment of storage, and so that's treated water reservoir. We do have treated water within our system. A lot of what folks would see has been up to Mountain Station. I imagine that several members of council will have been up and seen Mountain Station. You see a big pond up there, and it's like, well, we got lots of water. The thing is that that's actually raw water. That's water that's yet to be treated. That's water that yet to go through the treatment stream and be introduced into as treated water. So what we need is treated water storage, because what happens is that our volume of water that's on the treated side is in the building that's up there, and you can see there is a reservoir that's in there, but that also serves as a chlorine contact chamber. So water in that needs a certain amount of residency time for the chlorine to do the disinfecting work that it needs to do. And so even though we've got all this raw water there, which is fantastic, I'd rather have raw water than no water. If there was a big fire that broke out in the city and they needed to be pumping lots of water, let's say we had 2 large buildings that were on fire, you could quickly drain down water that's in that contact tank. And so the implication to that is that then the raw water that's coming through, you are passing it through your UV, you're hitting it with chlorine, you're doing those things, but it doesn't have the residency time it needs for the chlorine to take effect and do its full job. And so you'd be then introducing water into the system that's not treated to the required specification. And so what we need is an actual treated water reservoir. So if we have that fire flow issue that happens, we still have the residency time for the water that's passing through that to refill the reservoir. One of the other things that was looked at within the Water Master Plan was some consideration of power generation. There's with a 5-mile line that comes down, there's a couple of locations in the line where there's some real elevation change, and so they had looked at some potential there for generating some power, as well as within our existing water system. Because we're on the side of a hill, of course, we've got various pressure zones, and as you're coming down through pressure zones, we're actually having to take pressure out of the water. Otherwise, if it was okay for you to have a shower up near Mountain Station, if your house is up there, if you're going to be down here, you're going to have a pressure washer is what you're going to be standing in front of because of all that head pressure of the water. So the water, as it comes through our zones, we're taking pressure out of it, and so taking pressure out of water is a potential opportunity to get some power out of it, because there's energy there that you're able to work with. So that was on the Water Master Plan side of things. On the Wastewater Master Plan, it's just hit the desk. Our last meeting, I had to do a quick reading before sitting down with Chris, just so I could make sure that I had gotten through it in one go there. There's a couple of things here that are kind of, I guess, the major findings of it. And like we said, we're going to have Urban Systems back to come speak with you and to show you the plan and to help us get through it here. But some of the big things here to look at is a liquid waste management plan. Now, I had come to council, was that September, or maybe it was a little earlier than that, August maybe?
September.
Maybe somewhere in the fall there to talk about liquid waste management plan, and I had found a grant to apply for. What a liquid waste management plan does is it takes a look at how you're going to be treating your wastewater, and I guess and things like biosolids, which are part of wastewater, and it's looking at how you're doing that, and what this is for is that. Because our sewage treatment plant needs upgrades, just where we are situated with the number of people and the kinds of upgrades that are required, we can actually trigger what's called an EA process, or an environmental assessment, which is a big exercise that the province takes on and is engaging folks from the outside in a big consultation process. The alternative to having an EA, which is run by the province, and when the province says, this is the outcome of the EA, well, that's the outcome of the EA. A liquid waste management plan is something that has been introduced, and I think it's because communities are going to get hit with this thing, and you're going to wind up in this EA process. Where an EA would typically be used is, we're looking to do a strip mine somewhere, and so we want to have a large mining operation. Oh, okay, well, we're going to do a large mining operation. We've got to consult all these folks, and that's totally appropriate. Where the liquid waste management plan comes in, we still have to do all the consultation. We still have to do all the technical aspects of it. It's a 3-year process that has to be followed to get to the end of a liquid waste management plan. But the reason why it's of interest to us is that it's a process that the city runs itself. It's a process where we have the consultations. We still have to meet, a standard of a proper liquid waste management plan, but it's something where it leaves the city in the driver's seat as opposed to the province being in the driver's seat and us, responding to their requests for things for an EA process. So we found some funding for a liquid waste management plan. And we either need to, because of what's coming with STP upgrades, we either have to go through an EA process, which would be, again, the province doing that, or a liquid waste management process that the city would take on. So that's a real big piece that is important for this. Like I said, the STP is in need of some major upgrades. What our big problem there is for what's called carbonaceous BOD5, which is the biological oxygen demand. What that would tell you is that if you introduced this water into a receiving source like our lake, that there's a nutrient source in there that requires further breakdown, because if you take the water and you have a high carbonaceous biological oxygen demand. That's a real tongue twister, Chris. We're going to go with CBOD5.
I hope you're all writing this
I
down.
hope you're all writing this down, yeah. But anyways, because of that, you have nutrients that need to be broken down. And if you introduce that into a receiving source like a lake, what happens is that because there's all this food that's there, the biology gets going, it's busy trying to break it down, so your microbes are busy breaking it down. The problem is that they need oxygen to do this, and so they're pulling oxygen out of the water, and things like fish are not able to get all the oxygen that they need because the oxygen demand's pulling oxygen away. And so one of the problems is that we've got loadings at the plant, and the plant just isn't able to deal with all of the loadings that it's receiving, and it needs to be able to bring those down to a level that meets the federal and provincial requirements. We're not consistently able to do that at this point in time, and so this is why us getting things going on liquid waste management plan and planning for STP upgrades is a major piece of this. The marine force main, I don't know how aware members of council are, but the wastewater that's collected in our system, our sewers in the city, all winds up down in what's called Airport Lift Station, which is right beside the wholesale club. You've probably seen the building that's there. And then it gets pumped from there out to Groman Narrows where our STP is. And so the force main actually goes under the lake. Now, every year we have divers inspect the force main, and unfortunately, the age of the force main's getting to the point that as we do our diving inspections, we're finding, loony-sized holes. We've been able to put patches on them, and every year we're on it. And if we start to, there's, I'm trying to remember what year it was. Maybe it was 2018, where we had, we could just tell by the flows that we were receiving on the other end that, wait a minute, this isn't balancing out. We're losing water here. So we had to do another dive and put another patch on. Now, mean we'll be doing the dives, we'll do the patches, we got to do this to keep this going. But one of the things is that as part of a sewer plant upgrade is we either need to realign where this line goes, or we've got to replace it where it is, just because we can't have it continue to be failing in having these small failures. And then I guess I just mentioned airport lift station. Part of that is there's an awful lot of capacity that goes through that lift. And in dealing with the STP and dealing with what we need to do there in the force main, there'll be some upgrade required to airport lift station as well, just to be able to handle all of that. So those are the big things coming out of the wastewater master plan. We'll talk more about those things. And like I said, when Urban Systems here, they've got really good technical expertise on this. And actually, Dr. Cornby, who I understand is coming, she has been involved with our plant for years, and there's some interesting regulatory history that kind of gets us to the point of where we're at, and she's got really good background in all of that, and so I think that'll be really valuable for members of council. So jump on to the next one there, Chris.
Yeah, please, yes.
Okay.
Did
Okay.
anybody have any questions just there on that last slide? Councillor Page.
So within the drafting of the new water master plan update, what consideration is being put in for emergency water supplies, non-treated water supplies, or things we would pull upon in the case of a catastrophic event in town?
Sure. Currently there is a small intake structure that exists that should an emergency happen, we're able to bring in there's these portable plants that basically they come on a big skid. They're used, most of them are used, if there's a camp somewhere where they're having a lot of folks where they need to treat water and provide that. So we have that already, and so we'd be able to bring that in. The difficulty with that, though, is we're not able to feed all of the water that we need from that. And so that would have us pumping water back into our system to largely feed the downtown. Unfortunately, because of the way the flow of the water would work with that, it would create some stirring up of things, because we're now going to be introducing water instead of at the top of the system, you'd be introducing it at the bottom. And with flow reversals, you have a tendency to sweep up. There's little fines that develop in a water system. So again, if we're really in the need for water, that gives us water, which is the real important part, but it's also not perfect. It's not the best ultimate solution for us. And so part of what we're working on, and in our maps here, you'll be seeing that, we're working on getting a extension of an intake down out closer to Red Sands Beach, and so we'd actually be able to pull lake water and bring that up and introduce that into our system. And so that's where we're going right now with water, and with the nice thing is within our watershed for 5 Mile, I think it's 50 square kilometers is the watershed, for the area that's collecting water. Whereas the lake, you got 50,000 square kilometers of area for rain to fall on to bring water to the lake. And so there's a lot more security in the water there. However, treating lake water is a very different thing than treating water that's coming from a creek source.
And can we move the kind of volume we might expect to charge that in the case of, combating maybe more than 2 or 3 fires at once?
Well, where that would come into play, Councillor Page, is the kind of volume that you'd be able to get from the lake, and you'd be feeding it right into the top of the source, would be coming into Mountain Station. So it would be tremendously helpful for all those kinds of things.
Okay, awesome. And so I have a second one, but we can do a round before we come back to it.
Anybody else have another question? Councillor Page, it's still.
Okay, I kind of raised this before, but I'm wondering what we might have come from in the liquid waste management plan. First, I understand part of doing this is it allows us to incrementally move towards compliance over the course of many years, as opposed to being compelled to be compliant at some point. My question is coming in on that rural planning component, or at least that expectation that at some point there's a lot of liquid waste management that needs to happen in some of the more populated areas adjacent to the city. So have we been able to pick some of that up? I know it's in a draft form, but do we get a sense of how we might anticipate those flows being added into the system in the coming years?
Well, and that's a really good question. With the liquid waste management plan, one of the natural things for us to do would to be looking at, okay, well, what's adjacent to us and what kind of flows exist there. In addition to that, because we need to flow from here to get to the plant, there are other areas where there is waste that's being created that could get brought into this as well. So part of our consultation process is engaging our neighbors and seeing whether that would make sense for them to become part of this, because really we are getting something set up for a treatment facility that we're looking to have operate for 50 years. So we got to really be thinking in the big picture, and exactly what you're talking about is the kind of things that we need to get together in this plan to determine whether that is part of what we're going to be treating, and then plan accordingly for that.
If I may.
Sure.
So is that engagement happening with joint resource recovery at the RD level, or is it happening with those communities directly? Like how is that rural engagement
Sure.
happening?
Well, we haven't, the liquid waste management plan hasn't officially kicked off, and so
Yeah.
it hasn't happened yet. But with the liquid waste management plan, there would be the development, I think it's five groups that are brought in. So there's essentially there's representatives that would come from within the community of Nelson to talk about what people's values are and what their ideas are for the master plan, or sorry, for the liquid waste management plan. There's engaging with like the RD on that. There's engaging with the provincial technical people, and so having to deal with all of the technical regulatory piece. The federal folks also come into that regulatory piece, and then we also engage First Nations groups as well. And so there's we bring in all the groups, and through a 3-year process, it's various ideas and desires that the various groups have, and it's the way it works is kind of in an iterative sense, in that the first pass through it, you're trying to get as many ideas and as much of like what's the big plan here, and as you're going through each one of the iterations, you're sort of refining it about okay, well, this may not work in this plan, or there's a limited amount of it that could work, and so by the time you're getting to that last plan, you've really got a good plan that's got the input of a whole cross section of folks. So you're not just getting a bunch of technical people like myself in a room, and we design the best wastewater treatment plant that we can think of, but we totally miss all the cultural values that people have, or social things that people want to include, and how that could impact the plan. And so really what the desire is to get as wide of a bunch of input as you can. And so really what comes here then is what people really want and what we really need, and become something that the community is able to stand behind.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add, I think there's obviously the community planning side. We wouldn't want this driven by a liquid waste management plan of what the city rural area ultimately looks like. That really has to be on that community planning side, and how we serve that. If this is the vision, we definitely want to align both the water, any of our services side of that. How does that look? Certainly, we wouldn't serve an area that's not part of the city. If we did that, then all of a sudden we become regulated, and it just creates a whole a whole complication that's not the the purpose of the city itself to serve a regional area. But I think this council really does need to look at what does the boundaries of the city of Nelson look like going into the future. We are, I think everyone knows, we're pretty land poor here, and there's some significant undeveloped lands that are outside of our area. We certainly can't meet the housing demands that we have within our boundaries at present. So I think having that broader community planning and aligning it with our work, for example, on the liquid waste management side, they just need to align.
Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to go to Councillor Payne first.
So I just want to jump in with some clarity, because you've been working on this for a while. But so you're talking about an instance where Blewett, for example, in my understanding, most most of those residences, businesses, whatever, would be on a septic system. And at some point in time, expanding or incorporating somehow the City of Nelson plan to deal with that as well. I just want to make sure that's what we're talking about right here.
Well, that's correct, Councillor Payne. I mean, obviously, this is at the very instance or the very start of that, as opposed to us having some predetermined process that we've gone through or really gotten far down that path. You are correct; they would be on septic fields and that, and so this would be a real change, and it'd be a real change for the folks that lived in those areas as well. And so, this is something where they may not be open to this idea. However, this is one of those things, because we're really needing to look at the big picture, and we're needing to think about, okay, well, where could we go in 50 years, and what are going to be the needs that we have to think about those things as well, and potentially maybe a boundary expansion is something that's in the city's interest in the next 50 years.
Okay,
So
I just
just-
wanted to make sure I
Yeah,
was
so just to be clear, there is no liquid waste management plan at the Regional District of Central Kootenai.
Nope.
Because they don't have liquid waste that they have to deal with.
Deal with.
So this would be
Yeah.
a major undertaking for them to be contemplating something like this. And I believe the city manager is correct in terms of the fact that because this is a utility and we've dealt with over the years the Nelson Hydro issue, is that contemplating that we would have some kind of service agreement or something with them, that probably most likely the boundary expansion would be what is necessary. So just to be clear, the regional district does not have a liquid waste management plan or liquid waste that they have to deal with, because everybody there is on a septic system. The question always arises of how much of that is leaking into the lake in general. So in a more holistic view of things, is how much of that is going in there and it's damaging the lake, while we spend a lot of time making sure that we're mitigating and adapting and making sure that our actual liquid waste, which we have to regulate, is not doing additional damage to our lake.
And I think
Councillor Page, you wanted to follow up.
Just to follow up with the city manager. On the piece of the regulation, maybe you can clarify for me that in cases where the RD and municipalities come together to approach a service in a shared sense, that's how we can avoid BCUC regulation. If the RD and the city decided that they are some way going to collaborate on liquid waste management or allow the expansion of liquid waste piping into some of those areas, then as long as both local governments were doing it together, that would absolve them of the utility requirement? Or the-
if it's delivered by a local government,
Yeah.
it could be the regional or the city. Yeah, that could be, the reason you would look at providing liquid waste management into a rural area is to allow for density.
Yeah.
That's the big constraint right now is if you have a septic field, then you need certain amount of land to be able to have a septic field. And obviously, building these, individual by individual by individual is way more expensive than having a centralized treated facility, as long as you get the density that you need to facilitate that cost. So I would say the province needs to manage these septic systems out there, and it's really not the city's responsibility to do that. I think we would be looking at it, can we meet the future housing demand for our area by increasing density in some of those rural areas and some of the ways you would do that is you have to address water and the liquid waste management side of it. That's the barriers for seeing increased density in the rural areas. And as some of you know, I just built in a new subdivision there 5 minutes from Nelson. Our minimum lot size is I think 2 acres up there, and if you look at BC assessment sometime and look at these parcels out there, in the city of Nelson, they serve probably 1,000 homes out there. There's one home on a parcel. So, So I think really you're looking at, in terms of can we increase density out there? What that looked like it in the end, I don't think, you could look at kind of hybrid models, but normally if you're gonna have city services, you're gonna have density, you're part of the city. Rural areas are meant to be those things that aren't, that don't make sense to be part of the municipal boundaries.
Janice? Can I
Councillor
ask
Hockenberg.
the CO? So it sounds like that, the boundary expansion delivers on maybe what we need to think about in terms of our own waste management vision and plan going forward if we did go down that road. At the same time, if it was just a housing issue and we're talking about primarily Blewett with no zoning, is there a scenario, or is this even ever done, where let's say the City of Nelson partnering with BC Housing purchased, a couple of acres of land and then built a high-rise, low, income housing project somewhere out in Blewett? Like, we could do that theoretically without going through the rigmarole of a boundary expansion. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure what you would see this
No,
the city role in it.
Like the fact is you're talking about that we in the city are land poor. We've
Yeah.
got a housing affordability crisis. So one solution would be boundary expand into Blewett and then put in zoning to allow more density but Blewett doesn't have zoning right now. So maybe even a faster solution would be skip the boundary expansion part or have that follow, jump ahead of it by buying up some land, working with BC Housing, building a bunch of low-income housing in Blewett where there's no zoning today. We could go crazy if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Is there any circumstance in which that's done? Like, I'm just thinking, heck, if we're brainstorming about affordable housing and what that might impact.
Well, a few things. You need to service it, so you would need to
Yeah.
make sure that it made sense, that the density was great enough to serve it. It probably wouldn't make, if the city bought that land to facilitate this, it probably would make sense for it to be part of the city. Having islands out there would start to create all sorts of, who maintains roads, who maintains these service, who collects garbage, who does, all those service, who does street lights, who does all those things. That I think that would be challenging to, if you wanted to be a facilitator for another project, but you're never going to get that level of density unless you service it. And once you service it, then we're running, water and sewer out there. So why would you service an island versus servicing sort of those boundaries? So I think you'd just create.
But play it out though, because the boundary expansion is almost a non-starter when you're talking about Blewett. Like they would fight it tooth and nail.
But it's not their choice. It's actually residents of the city of Nelson. So the place where you're expanding in do not actually officially, it's not their choice to come in or not. It's actually the city's choice to expand. That's how the legislation works.
And they're not.
Yeah. And, talking to their planning staff, they're just doing one in Cascar as an example to do a boundary expansion. And, all I'm trying to get at the point is
For sure.
there needs to be some community planning around this and what that looks like. And we want to definitely align our liquid waste management plan in terms of, we're talking, as Colin said, 50 years.
Yeah.
So in 50 years, are we building the capacity in our system if there was a boundary expansion, if there was density there that we can service it? That's kind of what we're talking about at this level.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of work to kind of build that vision, but we don't want to build a liquid waste management plan, go, 10 years, 5 years, 3 years down the road, go, oh geez, we should bring in this area. We see a whole bunch of housing could go in here and now we can't actually service it because we just upgraded our plant that can't accommodate it, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, that's what I'm trying to do is calibrate our expectations. Like if a boundary expansion is not even realistic, then we shouldn't waste our time doing it. But it sounds like it is, because if we decide to, for all the other reasons, like this is our best opportunity to develop affordable housing is to boundary expand into Blewett, then maybe we'd get the buy-in from the city to do that.
And I think good planning is it's not whether we want to do a boundary expansion or not. Where is the demand for housing? How much housing do we need? Where can that housing go?
Yeah.
Where is it best served? Like if it's like, you know, you could look at the North Shore, but we don't have water out to the North Shore. We, you would have to go through, you know, under the lake or across the bridge or whatever, you know, that's, you know, is that more limited? Is there more undeveloped land in the Blewett area versus the North Shore? So I think you want to take all these factors into consideration and say, where is it likely that there would be, you know, growth and density, and, you know, our sewage treatment plant's already out there, you know, water, we can get water out there easier. All those factors you want to look in and say, where would that growth likely happen? And I think you have to divorce, you know, do those people in Blewett want to, you know, see that growth right now? I think, you know, the world's changing, and ultimately things are going to change. And if we continue to grow, we have to grow somewhere, and there ultimately will be pressure. Okay, here's where it's happening. And I think the other thing to remember, it doesn't mean private landowners have to develop. It just means they get that capacity.
Yes.
Is it a chicken and egg thing? So does the services have to be there before? Because otherwise you say, we've expanded the boundary, and they were like, well, where's our water? So the services have to be there before that?
No, not necessarily. There's a number of rural municipalities that, or district municipalities they call them. So they incorporate both unserviced areas as well as serviced areas. So they don't have to be there, but I think you want to, if that's kind of the vision, if that's where we anticipate growth to happen, that where it makes most sense, we want to be planning that, you know, we're going to size our sewage treatment plant accordingly. We're going to, or at least be able to add a phase 2 to it to say, you know, if this happens, we can increase the capacity by whatever, 2,000 homes or something.
Do you know the name of whatever rules it is about boundary expansion, whatever act it is? Or I would just be curious to look it up and understand more about it.
I think it's in the
Is it
community
within
charter
community charter? Okay, thank you.
or the LGA. Yeah.
LGA, yeah. Okay.
So let's get back on track a little bit here. I think this is an interesting discussion. I mean, we still have a fair amount of land that we actually can, before everybody starts out there that's listening, starts thinking that we don't have any land to develop. We still have a significant amount of land here in Nelson that potentially could be developed. It's all owned privately at this point. And we have to consider just even that, those numbers. I've heard Colin Innes in previous times sitting around the council table talk about sort of the capacity of around 15,000 for the city of Nelson, and we're at 11 now, so we still have some room here to grow in terms of houses going in, and we have to make sure that we're going to have liquid waste management plan in place for at least that, and whatever else densification within our own current boundaries right now. But interesting discussion. So if you want to continue there, we've got about a half an hour until lunch break. So
Yeah, we'll just go until till that happens, and then we'll pick it up with Rory after lunch, and then kind of continue where we left off. So just a little bit more of just a general overview of the water utility. We got about 3,500 connections, 94 kilometers of water line. I find that amazing when you think about that. But yeah, if you add up all the roads and stuff in Nelson, we're pretty close to that. 2.5 million in annual fees that we collect, and again, that goes to support the operating costs. But you can see what we added for capital in 2022, 3.7 million. Now, we did receive some grants. We'll kind of get into that a little bit as well, to do some of that work that was drawn out in the Water Master Plan, a $6 million grant to do, the Sellis and Anderson Creek lines up there. We're just finishing up the Anderson Creek booster station now. And we've got $6 million in the reserves at the end of 2021. So we do have these maps in the slides, but we've also got some printouts there on the wall that might be more legible, because this is looking like something that your eye doctor might ask you to look at. But we, yeah, this kind of shows an overview, and Colin Innes could probably speak to this better, but maybe during the break, if you're getting lunch or something and you want to go over and take a look, and we can sort of answer any questions that you might have on that. But this sort of shows the water infrastructure by elevation, so you can kind of take a look at how it flows from 5 Mile there into the Mountain Station Reservoir, and the reason why we needed an Anderson Creek booster station here to be able to pump that water back up to the Mountain Station Reservoir as well. I don't know if there's anything else interesting on here you want to add, but
Sure. Well, the next slide, and there is another slide up on the wall, which gives you a nice, more like a topographical view of it, and kind of can make some more sense of this, because I realize this can be a very engineering sort of style diagram.
take a look at the next one if you wanted.
That
Yeah,
one
it's,
gives you a little bit of a better sense of the actual physical lay of things, but I'll just go back to this, because the one thing that I did want to point out that could be of interest to our councillors here is one of the things within the water system. Of course, everybody knows that we've got intakes, and we've got Mountain Station as a reservoir. What this also highlights for us is all the different little pieces that actually go into the water system. Like I was saying with PRV stations, where that water, as it's coming down, and because of the elevation, you can see here in feet and meters, it's showing, you've got water from 5 Mile Creek, fantastic. It's able to flow by gravity to Mountain Station. But again, if we didn't have, the Fort Shepherd PRV, the Selby Street PRV, by the time you got down into this zone here, we would have water pressures that, it would be destroying hot water heaters and those kinds of things. It's like that kind of pressure that's there. And so all of these PRV stations and reservoirs are, we've got 94 kilometers of main, but these are all key pieces of infrastructure too that you really need to maintain a water system, and are probably things that a lot of folks, I don't even think really think about when it comes to thinking about water systems. And now again, as Chris was showing you there, this is a much nicer
Maybe just
representation.
Before leaving that, when Colin shows you the complexity of that, when we started on this path, every one of those PRVs was aged and
Yes.
needed to be replaced. And we have replaced every one of those over the last, 10, 12 years. They've also, I think all were underground, and they've all been, pretty well, all of them are above ground now.
So that we don't have confined space issues in our
Yeah.
PRV station.
Yeah.
Yeah, like city manager is saying, PRV stations were a thing that was identified in the first water master
Yeah.
plan that was done, and so a lot of work has gone into these, as well as there was a lot of with the 94 kilometers of water main that exists. There was a lot of work that was done in there, and I think Chris has got some slides a little later on here that you'll be able to see where kind of the city's water use was, and a lot of that was because we had a lot of water loss that was going on. And because of all the work that's been done, we've been able to tighten up the system, and so we're not losing water anymore. And so it's actually, that's been a very positive thing for us, because from where we were and the water use that existed, our population has increased somewhat since that time. It hasn't been a huge increase, but with that population increase, well, rightfully there should be a water use increase that goes with the population. What we've actually seen is, as the population's gone up, our water use has come down, and a lot of that is in fixing a lot of these things, so we're not leaking. I mean, of course, awareness for people, and so they realize that during dry seasons that they shouldn't be wasting water, or be very cognizant of their water use. I mean, that's played a big role in there, but we've really managed to tighten this up a lot, and so we're not losing water. So that's bought us some of the ability to have additional population, as well as it's bought us some time here to start figuring out, okay, where does this go in the future, and how do we get ready for an ultimate build out. But
So Colin, in terms of just the order of magnitude of, what the replacement value of just the water utility, what's our per meter replacement cost on water mains these days?
oh geez,
Scott, maybe?
do you remember, Scott, off the top of your brain? $1,000. Okay.
So when you look at 94 kilometers of water main at $1,000 a meter, we're talking $94 million
Yeah.
in water mains alone.
Yeah. And we've
So when you see $6 million in reserves there, that gives you order of magnitude of, and that doesn't cost, include a 10 million, $20 million sewage treatment plant, or every PRV was what, 750 to $1 million to replace a PRV. So this is, $130 million asset on its own.
What's the lifespan of a new PRV?
Well, a new PRV station, again, kind of in that 50-year window is what you're looking for when you're trying to build these things, and so that's you're always trying to build to be looking that far in the future. I mean, I definitely, in some cases, it doesn't work out that way because you wind up having more pressure than you thought you were going to have. But yeah, we're always trying to look out kind of that length of time, and yeah, anything that we can do to really make sure that we're not wasting any water is so important, because as you can see from the millions of dollars it's costing to do all of this, we want to ensure that we're getting everything we can out of the resource that we've managed to capture.
The one thing with the PRVs that we dealt with in the past, and Scott I think's mentioned it a few times, was we looked at the PRVs as a potential way to generate some power.
That's in that report.
Yeah, it's in the report. Yeah, but and that doesn't look like it's changed in terms of the cost of that.
What we've done is within our pressure reducing stations, they've looked at it, and for to bring some of that online now doesn't make financial sense. However, we've got the space in there because we know at some point that energy prices are going to wind up getting more and more expensive, and there will be a point in there where us capturing that will make sense. There is a little bit of that we're doing, but I mean that's largely to be running power within the building itself, as opposed to something that you're able to put back to the grid. But at some point in time, we're anticipating that will actually be power use that we're going to want to capture, and so within our PRV stations, there's the ability to bring in equipment when it makes sense and add that to our PRVs.
And they're, especially with the other levels of government's policies, there's certainly grants that can come available that makes it economically viable. So at this stage, we would need to get grants, and there are some communities around us that have done some of that, but it's grant driven.
So this slide just gives I think this one's a little nicer than the other one for just kind of giving a bit more of a layout as to where things actually are physically, and so you can kind of get a little bit more of a mental picture as to where things are located. I guess one of the things to point out was Councillor Page had asked about what about bringing in water from a secondary source, and we've got on here you can see there's the proposed lake intake that's there, and so yeah, I think this is just a good way to get a picture of where things are. The city looks remarkably flat in this picture. You guys have an easier time plowing this than what you do doing the rest of it.
We're calling our three, maybe just our three water sources and kind of.
Sure, yeah.
I think the next one actually we got the
Got it right on there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, good to map. Okay, so yeah, we have three watersheds that feed into our system, and so our primary system is from 5 Mile, and this has been a very reliable water source for the city of Nelson, and I got to really give it to our forefathers that went and put a pipeline in and brought that into the city. I think they did that all with horse and a whole lot of just working awfully darn hard to do that. So I got to really give it to them, but they really did get it right. It's a high quality water source, and there's a lot of water capacity that exists there. So that forms the primary source of water for the city. Now we supplement that water during the summertime as creek flow, of course, with the freshet starts to diminish as your snow is melting, we start feeding water from both the Anderson Creek and the Anderson Community Watershed and the Sellis Creek, which comes from the Sellis Community Watershed, and those waters come in. Now we've extended our pipelines to, instead of Sellis coming in and then feeding into the top of Rosemont, it now comes up to Mountain Station, and we're just finishing up the work with Anderson Creek. Again, that water would have flowed from Anderson Creek and then kind of down into Fairview, and that will be coming back up to Mountain Station as well, and coming from our centralized treatment and distribution point.
I know when Rory comes later on, he's got a slide that shows the water volume from each of these three sources seasonally as well, so you can kind of see that 5 miles that base there, and then in the summertime you get the Anderson and Sellis that kind of kick in, so he'll present that as well.
And the other interesting thing to note is our highest risk of not having water is actually in the winter, not the summer, just because the flows are so much less in the winter months than the summer months.
Yeah, what the issue would be is that, of course, you've had your snow load that you've gotten in your previous season, that's melted over the year. And so a lot of places, when you're in the deep heat of August, you'd think, oh, okay, well, that's got to be when they're going to be running their lowest. But actually, it's not there yet, because you still have some melting that's going on that's feeding it. What would be where you'd really start to encounter trouble is kind of as you're hitting this point of the year, if you haven't had any kind of rains that are starting to pick up or any kind of snow that's starting to pick up. If it had been dry and then you go into a really dry fall, that's where you're going to have trouble and it's going to be hard for, folks generally, because it's easy to get a public message out there that, okay, it's sweltering hot out there, you need to conserve water because we're low on water. A lot harder to get people to kind of get their head around that when it's cold outside. And what do you mean we're having a water problem? But because this is all fed by precipitation, whether that's snow or whether that's rain. If we're not getting the precipitation into these watersheds, you're not going to get the flows in the creeks. And so, from a water perspective, where you'd really hit the wall if you didn't have that the rain and stuff pick up in the fall is kind of going to be right around now where you would have it. Good news, we've had some precipitation and our creeks are flowing, so we're not up against that here, but just as a piece of information for council to be aware of.
And are you going to talk about the emergency water source or intake?
Well, I mentioned that we have the one that's down. It's right at the end of the airport runway is where it is, and so again, we have the ability to bring in a small plant and pump and backfeed into Zone 4, which is kind of the downtown in this part of the city, and so we can do that as an emergency source. But we also know that because of flow reversals, that would be something which would create a lot of if you need water, you need water, but there would be a lot of aftermath that would go along with that, and us getting the system cleaned up and flushing it. The trouble with that is that once you've gone and created a flow disruption, you need lots of water to flush a system to get rid of it. And if you have a water quantity problem at that point, you may not be able to get to the actual cleaning of your system because you just don't have the water to be able to spend. So that could, bring on something like a boil water event that would persist for some time. I don't think that we've got anything like that on our radar in the near future, but that's again just another piece of information for council's general knowledge. Hey, Councilor Woodward. Good to see you.
No, it's all good. I think this is stuff that you're probably familiar with, just sort of background on our water utility and these maps and things. I think you've probably familiar with this kind of thing. So yeah.
Thank you. Good.
All right.
Well, are you going to talk about the risks at all? Like you've got on that diagram, there's a couple of points there, a couple that I'm not familiar with actually. Like the ones deep in the F3 and F7, are those like landslide risks?
There was some slope stability stuff. I'm trying to remember, because this map was produced by Urban Systems, so I got to apologize. I'm trying to remember what this was out of. I think the other thing where F3 and F7 seemed to me where there had been some blowdown that had been reported. So I think that some of what that was citing as being a risk was if there was to be fire there and how that would then impact the watershed. I think that's what those were trying to highlight. I honestly can't remember what the various points were. I know we do have be kind of in the F2, F5 on our map here. We're within the 5 Mile Creek. The slope was looked at before in there, and there was some stabilization work that had been done. And one of the things that was flagged for us to be looking at within the next 5 years is re-examining that and making sure that we're not going to have any kind of slope sloughing that's occurring there. And so, yeah, I mean, those are things you definitely want to keep in mind in looking at your watersheds, because both a fire can create a long-term impact on your system, because it can, get rid of all of the trees and growth, which then, when you get all the water moving, there's a lot more sediment transport that occurs, and so that can really adversely affect water quality. So obviously fires are something that we're wanting to be really cognizant of, and you're not wanting landslides to occur, because it's the same kind of thing, as it's going to be all of that mobilization of all of the fines that come from the landslide event. So those are two real key things that you're wanting to watch out for in your watersheds.
Well, Colin, sorry, just on that, again, when we were up there in the spring or whenever last time we were up there, we talked about the fire risk on the other side of the creek, and that the access across the reservoir to get in there to fight a fire it needed to be upgraded. And so it seemed to me that, especially with some of the stuff we saw at Anderson Creek trip there before, the fire risk is serious, with bark beetle potentially putting more risk. So are we doing anything about that?
Yeah, well, there's our source water protection plan,
Yeah.
and then I know the fire chief has been working on. There's a system that he's been looking at that would be deployable out along the rail trail, and so that would be something where you could be bringing water out to be defending against a wildfire event. We've had some real initial discussions with the representative from Monticola, who's of course now managing the Anderson Creek property there for, I'm trying to remember the name of the, sorry, it's escaping me at the moment.
Mark?
Yes. And so we've had some initial discussions with them. They have some work that they've been looking to do, which would help with some interface fire things. They're working with the fire chief on that. And then from what I recollect, Blackwell and John Cathro have put together a fire plan for dealing with wildfire risks around the city as well. And so that input has also come into these as well. And so, yeah, I know the chief is both looking at whether there's something that can be deployed out along the rail trail, as well as looking at part of 5 Mile Creek, where the existing line runs through some very steep sections. And so, and it's very difficult for us to access if we have to fix it. And the park isn't amenable to us building a road through the park to get there. So if we're going to be fixing something, I mean, that could necessitate bringing, pipe in with a helicopter and all that. And I mean, cost is going through the roof, and the timing on getting these things to all happen would be a bit of a scramble. So one of the things they've looked at is a rerouting, and so we're not in the park, and it's a more accessible thing. So with the old 5 Mile line, one of the things that the chief is looking at is there a way to use this? It's an older asset, but is there a way to use this older asset for interface wildfire fighting? And even in discussion with the folks from Monticola, they recognize that, geez, if there's an ability to fill tanks off of this, so we're able to use water to fight fire, that there could be some real use for this as well. So these are all discussions that are just really getting going and taking a look at all of that. But yeah, that's a very key important part of this, and fighting interface fires and water availability is something that really ties into the work that we're doing here with drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, so just part of some of the work that has been done up there over the last couple of years as part of the water master plan. There was a $6 million grant that we received to cover, the bulk of this work here of doing the phase one was to do the Celis extension. That was the first part. Then phase two was doing that Anderson portion of the line. And again, during the break, you can come take a look at some of the maps here and sort of see where that was. And just in this last year was doing the Anderson Creek booster station. There's just a little bit of that work that'll carry forward to next year, but primarily sort of wrapped up this year, I think, in 2022. Over that same period, they've done $2.4 million of water main replacements. So quite a bit of work focused on the water side of the two utilities. Again, just as a kind of progression from doing that master plan. And then as we sort of pivot into looking at the wastewater side, that's where their resources will be focused now over the coming years, is on that portion of the two utilities. Just some photos here, and maybe Colin might want to kind of speak to this. Is what was done just this past year, the Anderson Creek booster station, and he's provided a kind of nice timeline of a few pictures here, so you could get an idea of the work that was done up there this year.
So as you're headed up to the parking lot up for the access to get up to Sabota Road, just as you're on your way, you come past the campus and the housing that's there, and just off to the right-hand side is where the Anderson Creek booster station is. And so this is a photo right at the start of the project where they were getting the site prepped. You can see there's some black line in there, and of course that's a temporary bypass line that was in place. The raw water reservoir there's a concrete tank where the water is, and this forms kind of like the base of the station, and we've got everything built on top of that. So that's a picture of the transmission line that comes out of the station and then ultimately goes from Anderson Creek Booster Station all the way up to Mountain Station. And there's what it's looking like just before we got into the snow here. So they've made a lot of progress. We've got the building that's in place. I believe that will hit substantial completion kind of by the start of December. And so they'll probably be going through the commissioning work that goes on with getting all of the equipment into working order, and my guess is that we'd have a little bit of deficiency cleanup work that'll happen in the springtime, just to get those last little bits of the project done, and then this will have been quite a 3-year process to get us from building these extensions to Mountain Station and getting our booster station in place.
And we will look at opportunity to do some tours for you guys on all our key infrastructure areas. And just figure out the best time. I don't know if we want to wait till the winter period for some of these assets.
Sure, whatever I guess whatever makes sense, and where council is able to fit it into their schedule, but most certainly be glad to give you tours of these. I know it really helps in just forming a mental picture of what it is that we're talking about and where everything is. So what do we got here, Chris?
Yeah, so this is kind of showing, and again, we've got the map up here, but just the amount of water line that's been replaced over the past few years, and what the plan is for 2023 as well. So the blue is everything that's been done since, was that 2005 to 2021? Yeah. So the green there is what we've just done in this past year, and the red is what's planned for next year. So you get a sense of, we talked about all those kilometers of water line and how much of that has actually been replaced in this time period here, and sort of where the focus is now for the coming period.
Yeah, and I think in Rory's, is it in Rory's slide or further in yours, where we've got showing the water amount of water use that we've been using with
Rory's,
the population, and a lot of what's been done here is really been what's had a large a bit to do with why we're not losing that water anymore, and I got to really give it to the city forces. I mean, most of this work has been done using city forces to get this work done, and they've been very effective at it. There's only been a couple of sections where it made more sense for us to use a larger contractor to do something, but most of this is done by city forces.
And if you look at what was just done in this past year as well, then you can see that's up over by the new health campus, I guess, that's going in. The green line that's kind of there on the right side of the map. And then you've probably all seen as you come through the four-way stop as well, a little bit of
Baker
work
Street
that was
there,
done. Yeah, on Baker Street. Then the plan for next year is to do, there's another slide in here where we talk a little bit about the Baker Street portion, so we'll get into that a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can see that hole in our downtown where we haven't done
Yeah, there's,
main replacements.
Yeah.
Yep.
that's coming.
The most challenging to do in the middle of your downtown, how to accommodate businesses. One way to replace a water main, you have to dig up the street to do that.
Yeah, 100%. Okay.
So then just, as far as like the long-term planning for the utility, I thought it would be informative to kind of show it as this kind of timeline piece here, so you can see the approach to the whole thing. The Sellis Creek extension and that grant-funded portion of the projects was done in 2021 and 2022, actually started a little bit earlier than that. 2023 and 2024 is doing that kind of phase 4 piece that Colin talked about, the finished water storage. Kind of get into a bit more detail, although he did explain quite a bit of why that's required for fire flow protection and things of that nature. Then as we get a little bit of a pause here, and then we'll move into looking at the 5 mile replacement, which is kind of our primary water line, and it's a very important part of the infrastructure, and something that, again, was updated or identified in the Water Master Plan as something that needs to be replaced at some point. So you can kind of see that we've got, quite a long-term planning on the whole project as we sort of work through these master plans. And then, like I say, these guys will be pivoting a little bit into looking at the wastewater side of things as well. As far as 2023, like I said, there's just a little bit budgeted to complete that Anderson Creek pump station. Colin mentioned it would be substantially complete by the end of the year, and probably just a few things next year to kind of get that up and running. But the main piece will be to start that phase 4 of the finished water storage project that's been outlined in the budget. We did come to council and talk about some of the work that's being done up at Mountain Station as far as dam inspection and some of the regulatory pieces that Colin's working through. I don't know if it's worth an update on that or...
Sure. I
Yeah.
guess I can give a little one. I guess for our new members of council, I don't know how much of this is on your radar screen, but sorry if I'm repeating something that you already know. But what happened, I guess it would be a couple of years ago, is that the Damming and Diking Authority took a look at our reservoir or up at Mountain Station and said, well, geez, this is a large body of water that's being held by an earthen structure that if it was to release would have a big impact. And they realized that this should actually be regulated through the Damming and Diking Authority, and that there's previously to that, we were just dealing with like interior health and environment on dealing with anything related to our water system. And it was all about water quality and drinking water quality. And what this did, which was a very different thing for all of us, was it was looking at the physical structure and saying, is it safe? And so we've had to do an awful lot of work to get to showing that. And we're finishing up that work here. So there's been, I'm trying to think. We've had safety plans, operation manuals, seepage tests. I think we're on, what else was there? This will be the 5th kind of regulatory submission that we're doing in completion of this. From what we've seen, we had, it was later in the summer, I think just as we were headed into September, if I'm remembering correctly, when we had a company come with a little drill rig. And so we actually drilled down through the dam itself to just see what kind of soils and things it's on. Again, like the great work that was done by our forebears in getting the 5 Mile line put in place, they did a really great job in establishing a reservoir that's actually really held up quite well. It's in really good shape for being a really old structure. The thing is that we had some drawings that existed of, well, you know, here's what we intend to build, but we didn't actually have an as-built, here's what actually got built. And we also didn't have all of the information on, you know, these are the soils that this is sitting on. And so a big piece of, you know, is this safe is all based on, well, how geotechnically is this going to function? Is there some kind of shear plane that exists in here? Do we have, you know, moisture that's seeping out of this and undermining a bank? And so, of course, those weren't questions that we could answer until we started to do this invasive inspection. And so in doing that, we drilled the boreholes, and so we were able to see some soil lithologies. There wasn't any alarm bells that went off there, which was fantastic. It looks again like it was sited in a very good location. Those soil samples have been sent away to a laboratory, and so there's a bunch of testing that gets done on that. And then the outcomes of that go into a model that the geotechnical engineers that are looking at this look at, and then they sign off on this being a safe installation. One of the things that got put into our boreholes that went in there is that we also have, we're able to see what the groundwater levels are, and so we were able to monitor that, as well as there's what's called slope inclinometers that go in there. And what a slope inclinometer does is it's able to detect very small movement, stuff that would be imperceptible to us. And so where the value of that is going to come in is, you know, every time I go up there and look at it, oh, it looks like it did last time, you know, it hasn't changed very much. And the thing with the slope inclinometers is it's going to tell us, is there, you know, it could be a very small amount of movement, but is it actually moving? Because it's one of those things where it could be going so slowly that you're just, you're every time you go look at it, it's going to look the same as it did last time. And so you're not going to realize that it's changed at all. And so by putting all of that in there, it also allows us to see whether there is any of that movement. We're not expecting any of it to be happening, but at the same time, it really elevates what we know about what's going on up there. It makes it a lot safer, and so we know that we've, you know, despite having all of this water up there, that it's being held back in a safe manner.
Yeah. Okay, and last piece is just, you know, the ongoing water main replacements that we do year after year, and strategically, and where those are. And again, on the maps that you can see, there'll be a red line there of the work that's planned for 2023. Talked a little bit about the finished water storage. These are the points that Colin mentioned when we, in the kind of back when talked about the first slides, as far as, you know, we have the Mountain Station reservoir, but it's untreated water. So having that finished, you know, water storage that's had that residency time to have the chlorine contact, and then we are able to disperse that into the system if we needed to, as far as taking care of fire events or things like that. So there's some budget in there for 2023 and 2024 to do that work over a 2-year period. Now, I thought this was quite interesting as well. You know, Kevin mentioned that area on Baker Street that hasn't been approached yet. This gives us sort of an outline of what the team's approach is to handling the Baker Street replacements. I thought it was quite interesting, you know, their approach to this is to kind of, and Colin's going to speak to this a lot better than I could, but looking at those, doing those cross connection pieces as well, so that you know, you're able to close off portions of Baker Street. Like right now, it's one single line, so you'd have to shut off water to the whole system there if you were going to approach any of those blocks. So having those cross streets done allows you to kind of selectively pick off certain sections of Baker Street. and kind of deal with those on a block by block. So this would kind of be the approach that they have. You know, we can see 2023 is again down by the four-way stop area there. But then to be able to kind of move as well, so you're not impacting, you know, one section or one block, 2 years in a row as well. It's kind of staggered a little bit here to kind of minimize the impact that it would have. And I don't know if there's any other kind of things you want to add to that.
Sure,
but yeah.
just a general comment. One of the big things with doing the work on Baker Street is going to be disruption to all the local businesses that are there, and we recognize that us coming in and saying, okay, well, we've shut off the water, good luck, we'll see you in 6 weeks when we got the water restored. I mean, that's just not acceptable. We've got people that still need to continue to operate and to do things. And so what we've been up to with this is building a lot of the connections to Baker Street in order to give ourselves those tie-ins. And so what that'll allow us to do. You okay, Keith? Okay, Councilor Page?
Sorry. Wrong tube.
The value of water.
Sorry.
So one of what we've been doing with this is to get ourselves set up, and so literally we can be doing this work in a block by block basis. And one of the things that is a positive with Baker Street already and how it's set up is that there's actually a line on each side. And so it's, as opposed to having one line down the middle and everybody's fed off of one line, you've got a line on each side. So if you were to lose a line on one side of the street, well, now you're only having one side of the street that's out of water as opposed to both sides. However, in doing the work to replace all of this, we're wanting to set ourselves up, and so we can literally be taking out, we can do half a block or do the block on one side of the street, the other side of the street, so you're only having people out of water for very short durations of time. And so this is really setting us up so when we come to do all that work on Baker Street, which will be some major work that will happen there, major upgrade, is that this will allow us to do it in a way that's the most workable with the existing businesses and everybody that's there, because we'll be able to keep our closures small and more contained rather than having widespread closure that goes on. So this year we did the work down around the four-way stop. MOTI had forecast for us earlier in the year that they were going to actually be getting going on a intersection upgrade down there, and so we wanted to be in the ground with doing this part of the piece here you can see in red there, to ensure that we had that work in and out of the way, and so when the province does their work in the intersection that we've already completed the work that we need to do. But what we're going to be doing next year is picking up from where that work terminated this year and finish doing the rest of the work around the Hunter block and into Fall Street there as well. And this is, as you can see, it goes through a bunch of different years here to get us there, but ultimately what it's to do is to set us up for being successful on Baker Street when we come to do the big water main replacement.
Colin, since we're disturbing that block already, does it make sense to look at tying in some of these buildings to the stormwater system, like getting that sorted at the same time, or does that just complicate the project?
Well, that is a really good question, and for some of this, we've kind of been looking at it just to sort of, with our initial block here. I think some of this is going to really come more when we do the big work on Baker Street, because there is stormwater that's available there, but not everybody is got their roof leaders and everything from their buildings set up to come into the storm system. The other thing that I think that we'll want to consider in all of this, which is actually some really interesting work that the City of Vancouver is doing, is all around using your trees and using any kind of like bulb outs and flower beds that you've got there, using those as being part of your stormwater system. And so you're actually using that to serve as a buffer before it's actually getting into the storm system. Because of course, if you just take everything, put it all on the roofs, straight down into the pipe, and boom, you're going to really all of a sudden overload your pipe. Whereas if you have it, and so it's collecting into these areas and then slowly is kind of draining then into the storm system, it'll make that so it's not as a dynamic of a spike, and it really kind of smooths that out. They've started to incorporate that into the work that they're doing, and it's a little bit complicated. It sounds like it would be something that'd be really easy to do, but you got to remember that a lot of what we've been doing up till now is trying to keep water out from underneath pavements and out from underneath sidewalks. And this would be a process where you're going to be introducing stuff in to kind of create some soakaways and that. And so there's a bunch of geotechnical work that needs to occur with it. And so it's a bit of a multidisciplinary thing. And so long-winded way to get back to the answer, Councillor Lautenberg. But what I think is that when it comes to looking at that storm piece, I think it's going to be part of really that greater upgrade of the street, and what are we doing with all of the storm drains then, and how are we able to work with our surface features to help mitigate some of that instantaneous kind of runoff that would be coming off of buildings. And I think that'll come as part of the kind of that bigger project when we're upgrading the infrastructure, because I mean, for all the work we're going to need to do, we're going to be tearing up sidewalks and the roadway and all the rest of it. And so that's going to be the time to really get in there and do that. One of the other things at that point, and I know everybody loves trees, and they may not like this aspect of it, but a lot of the trees that are there are not in good locations, in that they're right on top of where a water line or a sewer line is, and they wind up impacting the infrastructure. Typically, the way things would go in now, you have what's, I guess it's called a silvocell, but basically it's like a container that you're putting the tree into, but then that container is also hooked into some of this surface drainage, and so you're able to feed that and flow your water into that and through that, and so a lot of that would be renewed. So really what I would forecast when we get into doing this is we're going to be doing a kind of wall-to-wall a renewal of the whole area. So I think at that time is probably when doing all of that storm work is going to make the most sense.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Love it. I was wondering about, now I don't remember where I heard this at some point, but that each block is like going to be like $5 million. Is that way off?
Well, I don't know if it'd be $5 million, but it's gonna be expensive. I guess the most recent kind of pricing we'd have, you take a look at like our Hall Street project that we did, which was a real renewal of everything, and I mean, and that was over multi-years. I'm trying to remember what the total balance on that one came in after.
We were $2 million per block.
$2 million a block at any rate, yeah.
At least $2 million.
It'll be somewhere in that vicinity, yeah. I'm really hoping too that because it's going to take us a number of years to get ourselves set up to do this, we're also hoping that all this volatility that we're seeing in markets right now and pricing on buying even things just like pipe and valves will have settled out a lot more, and it'll be a lot more predictable as to where pricing will be for us.
And just supplemental, would there be like, I mean, obviously there'd be infrastructure grants, but would there be like climate change grants that we could tie into this work?
That's a great question, and I think there are. I actually, in taking a look, the city of Vancouver, it's really fantastic. They've shared what they've been doing on this what they call green infrastructure, and so they've shared a whole pile of information, and even a whole bunch of like technical drawings of this is how they've gone and built these cells and all that. So that's a fantastic starting point for us. There was some information that they had in there too about some grants that they had identified, and so I think that there's some more work for us to follow up there. But yeah, I think we might as well be chasing all these kinds of things because yeah, I'd really like to do Baker Street's a very important place, and we'd like to do a really great job. And again, the idea, we're trying to do something that's going to serve this for a very long period of time, so we want to get it right.
Thank you.
So I'd just add that, starting, it's nice to see this laid out now, but starting that consultation with our business community, because there's a lot of, it's the surface features that are going to be really important in this planning. So, starting that sooner than later makes sense. I think, getting these business owners to start to look at upgrading their internal plumbing, that they start to separate that from their sanitary systems now. So I think, getting in front of those to, make sure that our, businesses are doing that as they're looking at doing other upgrading in their buildings. The paving side, I know we've repaved some of those intersections here just this year, but that pavement is starting to get awfully old on Baker Street. I don't know if it lasts to 2030, 2031 without a repave of Baker Street, or if we can baby that along till then. It seems to be stretching that quite far beyond what our normal replacement is, which is a bit unfortunate, because your paving portion of that infrastructure is, of any water and sewer, is a big portion of the water and sewer. It's not actually the lines underneath, it's the pavement and concrete on top that gets really expensive. So it looks like we might have to do some paving there prior to getting to doing that underground work, which is, I think the timing's a bit unfortunate, that I'm not sure if we're gonna, maybe we can make it last, maybe it's more the intersections, but.
Yeah, I think it was more in the intersections where we're facing, having to do something. And I mean, a lot of that is that, on the straight part of the street, vehicles largely are traveling.
Right. North-south.
North-south and.
East-west.
And you don't have a lot of movement on the pavement, unlike in an intersection where, because your tires are turning, there's a shoving movement that's occurring, and so the pavement's being pushed. And so in the intersections, that's where, and especially you've got manholes and things like that are in there. So when you've got this pushing motion that's going on because of how the vehicles are going through there, it's doing a lot more impact onto the intersections. I think that I mean, from where things are at, I mean, when it comes to us doing all of the work and repaving Baker Street, it's going to need it. I do think, though, that there's some things that we can do here in the meantime, as far as some patching, which we may have to do if something comes apart, blows up on us. But I think that our biggest thing was in the intersections, and a lot of the rest of it will probably ride out reasonably well over the rest of it. I mean, that being said, we'll have to do some maintenance activity in there. We really don't want to go to doing a great paving exercise, though, in advance of coming and doing a big infrastructure exercise, because that'd be like, putting all new shingles on your place so you can then go tear the roof off and add the second floor to put a new roof back on, which wouldn't make any sense. So we're trying to make this asset last as long as we can make it last.
So, are there any more questions at this point?
Nope, just time.
Okay, so lunch is here, and looking at what's coming ahead, this I think is an adequate time
Probably a good spot, eh?
Good
to
spot.
break.
That's perfect.
So, can I have a motion to recess, please?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay. Well, we had Councillor Lockenberg, and then Councillor Page.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of mention, the water meters installed, and then just kind of show that.
Yeah, the pictures look cool.
Yeah. That's,
Easy what a mustache will do.
yeah,
When-
this one's
when the-
interesting
when the-
as well, just kind of shows.
When the
the
boss
same
comes
thing,
back, we'll be streaming, so.
I thought it's interesting
Gotta
that
make
purple one
sure
being the maximum day, so we're still seeing like a bit of an increase. Probably the summertime.
You can get Keith to order one for you if you want. Keith left.
Yeah.
Send him an email. I mean, I got it in a few
Maximum
days.
in a
That's
day
exactly what I
probably
have.
occurs in the
Are you looking
summer.
for a?
Yeah, so I'm.
Yeah, everybody
thinking,
wants a case, so I've got the same case like
What
that
case?
Jesse has, and
Daily higher than 2020. It's, I gotta be just
Oh, okay.
people.
This one's ridiculous.
More irrigation.
yeah, well, these ones were 200. Yeah, you see, I wouldn't buy the apple
That's
case.
right. Yeah.
You bought a $500 case
And obviously with all
for
the
you.
water meter replacements.
Good for Apple.
But Nick will order that into you from the repair shop. It'll be here in like 3 days or 4 days.
The thing is,
Okay,
I
that's kinda
had
it,
one of
and then,
those other
it's over to
cases
you.
the last time, and it
Now close
Yeah, it
this and
broke.
open your
This,
book.
this one's
super
this one's
fast.
rubberized though. So yeah, this Zag one is rubber as opposed to that hard.
they're hard plastic. Yeah.
Hey, if we're ready,
Drop it.
Yeah.
Test it after.
We need to control that rabble in the back there,
You get Apple Care for it, then you're good.
or not.
I don't know what's reasonable.
Are we live? Okay. I'll take a bite of this while we wait to go live. Are we live?
Well, I'm just trying to speak.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. And just for those that are watching, because we're mainly looking at the slides, just to let you know that just before the lunch break, we had Councillor Woodward join us. And during lunch, Councillor Page has gone off because, as it is the beginning of a term of office, there's lots of meetings going on, and he's gone off to learn how to be a regional district director for the balance of the afternoon. So we're back and we're ready, and I'm handing it back over to... Oh, can we have a resolution to reconvene, please? Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Panero. All those in favor? And that's carried. So back over to Chris.
Okay, thank you very
Our
much,
CFO.
Mayor. So we brought in Rory Gallagher here, and he works for, he's got his own firm, Kootenai Environmental Innovations, correct? Yes. He's been doing work with us over the past several years. I don't know, 3-4 years, more than that? Yeah. 2017. 2017, okay. And so he's going to talk a little bit about some of that work, just as a bit of background. So the City of Nelson has installed 354 water meters, now primarily at industrial, commercial, and institutional locations, just for the purposes of, kind of collecting data and helping us manage, consumption and look at mainly areas where there might be concerns, leaks, water being used when no one thinks that water is being used at nighttime, and identify trouble areas, and then being able to kind of focus in on those areas and tighten things up a little bit, leak repairs and education and things like that. And seen quite a bit of water savings in the time that Rory's been working with us. He'll talk, like I say, talk a little bit more about that. But I wanted to show you kind of where we're at and where we've come from. If you look at the City of Nelson's population since 2010 to today, and also our water usage, I think Colin Innes spoke to this earlier, that you'd sort of expect to see a correlation between those two. But what we've managed to do with some of this work is to actually bring down water usage while population has increased. And that is, just kind of tightening up the system and looking for areas that need work, and also working with some of the businesses and things as well to help them conserve water a little bit more effectively. Again, this sort of shows the same type of pattern as far as reduction in water consumption. This chart shows 3 different amounts for each year. What would be your minimum in a day, your high monthly, your winter max, and winter average. And so, yes, the general trend is downward. There's a bit of a spike up there in the maximum amount per day. I'm assuming this is kind of related to some of the hot summer temperatures, that you might see your maximum water usage in a year go up a little bit in 2021 if we had some heat dome effect and things like that. But the general overall trend is in the right direction there. So I'm just going to get out of this part of the presentation and put in Rory's here for him. And I will hand it over to him. There we go. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you very much, Chris. It was an excellent introduction, and you covered on some really key topics, primarily that we saw water being consumed, and we wanted to do something about it. So what I have for you today is we're going to be talking about that project, the Water Loss Mitigation Project, which some councillors here will be familiar with. And we'll also be going into some new projects that came on in 2022 and some items that we're looking at for 2023 regarding water, wastewater, and climate change. So a bit about me, I'm an environmental technologist, and what an environmental technologist does is quantifies the environment so that it could be reported on and decisions can be made on, our findings. So this is for management and engineering, all that sort of stuff. Though environmental technology is very broad, my expertise is actually in hydrology. So before coming here, I was trained in that field. I moved here in 2016, and shortly after that, word got around about what I do, and Alex Love, the past general manager of Nelson Hydro in 2017, sought me out and asked me to consult for him. We quickly completed 14 projects before I went on to work primarily for another client. And so ever since 2017, I've essentially run my own business doing exactly what you're going to see today. So a lot of work with the city of Nelson got kicked off when the water loss mitigation RFP came up, which is a project that I bid on. And as Colin alluded to, we have 354 water meters, and we had those installed before the pandemic. And so the pandemic was a great kind of case study for us because a lot of these businesses had shut down, but what we had observed is water consumption was still quite high. We don't really know what baseline should be, but we know that this is a bit of a red flag. So the city identified approximately 50 buildings where water consumption was continuous, meaning it was occurring every 15 minutes throughout the day. And so those businesses were flagged, and it was my job to go and investigate what was going on. A side bit of this was to also investigate instances where backflows had occurred. And so backflow is where water comes from a building and flows back into the drinking water system. So we did that. We started by looking at the data for each site and then going and conducting site inspections. So here, what we're seeing on screen is 2 pages from a report that I produced, one from each different client or 2 different clients. And on the first one, we can see a diurnal water consumption pattern in gray before we came on board. And as we can see, or it might be a little small, but this client was consuming 40 liters per hour, even throughout the middle of the night. What we did was we went in, we identified that it was 2 toilets leaking at this business. Frankly, they were just set improperly, like it was a twist of a screw. And we solved the problem. And then in the blue data set, we can see that our consumption has gone down to 0 at night, which is what we expect. So in this case, we were able to calculate that we reduced the total water consumption at this business by 46%, which is equivalent to 626 liters per day. And the water at night we were able to solve completely. So this is an example from like a business where we were able to make a difference and solve the problem quite easily. A different example is the next page of the report over. So this business has once-through coolers installed, and though they're not malfunctioning in this case, they are consuming a lot of water. And so we weren't necessarily able to get any water savings from here, but we were able to calculate what these once-through coolers were consuming and report on it. So that project, phase 1 of that project went from 2020 to 2021. And in 2022, we increased the PO in order to take on a wastewater study. So something I didn't mention too is I also, when I lived in Vancouver, I worked for a consultant who managed Metro Vancouver's wastewater monitoring project. And what that was for was to ensure that businesses weren't putting high-strength wastewater into the sanitary system. So perhaps we want to replicate that here. It was something that had been done in the past, but got dropped due to staff coming in and out. Another thing that we put on the agenda for 2022 was to initiate the cross-connection control program. So this is an administrative program to make sure that backflow preventers are installed properly where they're required. Two things that weren't put into the budget, but which we did anyways, was some hastily put together stream flow monitoring, and we'll talk about that. It was an interesting spring, as well as writing the 2021 annual drinking water report. Here's a picture of the annual report. This will be coming out shortly, so certainly looking forward to everyone getting to read it within the next month or so. Oh, please.
Yes, Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, you have this hourly grab sample from there before. What is that showing us?
Oh, okay, so this, so we did wastewater sampling to quantify the makeup and strength of Nelson's wastewater. And I have a slide, probably 2-3 slides in, where it's blown up, and we'll go into it in a bit more detail.
Thank you.
So next I want to talk about some of the outcomes from those projects to date. Some folk here will be familiar with the water loss mitigation study, but what is new is the wastewater work that we did. So the water loss mitigation study, one aspect of what we wanted to do was just identify what was causing this water consumption. And when we crunched the data, we came up with trends. So these are the number of issues that are causing continuous consumption by business type. And they're split into two groups. You can see quite a bit of yellow on the right-hand side and a lot of black and gray on the left. So the businesses with a lot of yellow are businesses where there's no major heating and cooling needed. And so we found that the issues at those businesses was toilets. So just toilets being way too old, not maintained, in a basement with boxes on top of them. Or sometimes it's failing in a way that's completely undetectable without, special means. So those were the problems that we were able to solve quite easily and where we had success. On the left-hand side, we see businesses where heating and cooling is, pretty large scale. And so what we found is in those cases, businesses have opted to install water-based heating and cooling, of which, there's not really much we can do about it except have it swapped out. So these are just to wrap up on the water loss mitigation project, as Chris alluded to, where we could solve problems, we reduced the overall consumption by 63%, which is equivalent to 67 million liters per year, based on our calculations. And we're actually with the volume of water that was being wasted, we were able to reduce that by 93%. So where we could do something about it, we were really quite effective. And then sometimes that, final 5%, that 2% is just not worth, the effort to go in. It's going to be very expensive, or maybe we can't find it. Yeah.
Councillor Lockham.
Thank you. Rory, with the ones through coolers, can you explain, we identified that there was Safeway, there was a few in town that had these ones through coolers. They were producing a lot, or using a lot of water.
Yeah.
That water obviously going directly into our wastewater stream right away, so it's kind of that two-hit.
Exactly.
Yeah, so are we making any progress since the last meeting with getting them swapped out or getting them on a path to being swapped out?
Phase 2, so what we did in phase 2 was we really quantified the impact that they're having. And so I have those numbers, which does need to be put into a memo and circulated for various, decision makers. Phase 2 also focused on addressing OTCs that were malfunctioning. So these OTCs, when they're running properly, maybe they run for 8 hours a day, and just which is still quite a bit of water. But when they fail, what happens is that a small valve fails in them, primarily because the OTC runs at, say, 75% for 8 hours straight. So it just gets stuck there. And because these are closed loop systems, there's absolutely no indication in a lot of cases that this thing is running 24/7. So, yeah, that was actually addressed in phase 1, and then phase 2 was to address those ones that were having difficulty. So there's really only one left over. Supplemental cooling is what I was calling. There's air cooled systems that are maybe under designed, and so people have added, like, they're spraying water on them. So I'm calling that supplemental cooling because it's not even supposed to be. It's not designed like this. It's sort of like an ad hoc measure. So those matters have been brought up to the building inspectors. And so I'd have to follow up with them as to what their progress was.
Well, then on a supplemental on that, given that the quality of the water running through a once-through cooler isn't changed, right? It's basically coming out of our water supply directly into our wastewater stream. Pardon my ignorance, but does that, like, what's the impact on our sewage treatment plant? Just having water through, is it?
What it does is it reduces the retention time that wastewater has at the wastewater treatment plant, and then thus reduces the wastewater treatment plant's ability to treat the actual wastewater.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
So, as mentioned, we still have to deal with quite a bit of these. This 25 million liters that we see on the screen here is what we've calculated that these OTCs, or once-through coolers, consume in a year. And this is based off of optimum conditions. Like we mentioned, once-through coolers fail, and we're also finding more and more of them. This number could easily be double. Another thing about once-through coolers is that they are against the bylaw unless installed with a building permit. So because they're also, we didn't expect these to be in here. Like, we went into this not knowing this, and this is the outcome of the study. We actually don't even have a fixed rate, is my understanding, to charge for these. So not only are these the largest consumers of water in the city on a per fixture rate, but there's not even a fixture, price for them. Easy fix, certainly.
So council can choose to meter customers if that is in the bylaw presently.
Yeah.
Our rate certainly has to be reviewed. The rate is historical. It probably doesn't reflect what the current cost is, but there is a current mechanism for council to meter certain customers. As you're aware, we have about 4 or 5 customers that are on a metered rate that are large use customers, and we had given notice to the trailer park that if they didn't fix their problem, that they would go on to a metered rate as well. In fact, I think council had approved that they would go on to a meter rate. And as Rory said, these were specifically banned in our bylaws because of the impact of these. So it's really unfortunate that these were installed, and I think some are newer, some must be older. So we definitely have to come up with a strategy of how we deal with this. Do we do it through a billing cycle? Do we do it through a retrofit program similar to what we do with other retrofits to allow people to move away from these units? The Sunshine Coast, they have actually stopped supplying water to commercial enterprises there right now because they're out of water. And that's the impact if we don't manage our water resource. And we don't want to be a Sunshine Coast where we just say businesses have to shut down because we don't have water to supply you, and that's the case where they're at. I'm not sure what their water supply is, but it must be a surface water supply like ours. But as Colin Innes spoke to a little earlier, if we had a dry fall and we didn't get that water that we is critical to our system, would be in that same case. So we really need to really look at these large water users and figure out a path forward. Clearly we're in a challenging time with inflation and everything else, that's impacting our businesses, but I'm sure we can figure out a solution for them that makes this affordable, but we can't just allow this to carry on.
Yeah, Councilor Woodward.
Thank you. So Sunshine Coast uses lake surface water, but we use runoff, right? It's a runoff system.
We use, yeah, they're all surface water supply. We, you know, we don't have a lake that our water goes into that you can.
Watershed.
Right? Yeah, it sits in snow and water up in that mountain, and that's how we get water. And ultimately, if we don't get the rains that we get in the fall or in the spring, then it's our water supply. And once you get to sort of this time of the year, you're not watering your lawns to say just stop watering your lawns. You're actually flushing toilets and providing hotel suites and all those other things, or various other ways people use water. So that starts to really impact people. It's not brown lawns anymore. It's can I operate? Can I have a shower? Can I have potable water? Right?
And on that, sorry if I may, and how are we doing? I don't remember how we stack up, because that toilet there, for example, is insane. I don't know how many liters that toilet produces, but are we monitoring ourselves? We're on a meter,
Yeah,
right?
the city has a meter.
And how are we doing?
Well, I actually don't know. So we only looked at buildings that had either kind of like way more usage than we would expect, or buildings that triggered a continuous leak alarm. So if that toilet was running continuously, then Daryl back across the hall here would get a little alarm, and that would trigger me to go out. And we just generally do an audit of all the fixtures and find which one's leaking. So if that toilet, for example, just has a really large bowl on it, yeah, absolutely, it can be more efficient, but it wouldn't trigger the usage.
Right.
Or like a continuous leak alarm.
Right. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. And I just wanted to jump on something that Kevin mentioned too. When we were doing this study, it was peak pandemic, and anything that required any money was just very sensitive to business owners. So that's why we didn't necessarily address this right away, but I'd love to see some solutions going forward. So that's the wrap up of the water loss mitigation study. Phase 2 is really just an extension of our findings in phase 1, and just continuing to address issues as they came up. On top of that, we started looking at wastewater strength to see what our composition was and how we could lower it. So right off the bat, we did a heavy sampling event of City of Nelson's entire wastewater system, so just before it enters the plant. And what we wanted to look at is, on an hourly basis, what materials, what are we seeing coming down, so that we could better plan how to manage our plant or manage our upstream input into the plant. So what we're seeing here is loading. So loading figures. Loading is the strength of the wastewater multiplied by the volume, because it's not good enough just to look at volume or strength, because they both change. And so one that's really easy to understand here is this blue line, total suspended solids. Total suspended solids is the weight of material in any given amount of water, 100 liters or 100 milliliters or something like that, after it's been dried. So what we're seeing here at 9 a.m., we saw 100 kilograms of material go down into our wastewater treatment plant, which then it needs to deal with. And so by doing this hour by hour, we can see when we have really high loading at the wastewater treatment plant and when we have really low loading. For example, now that we know this trend, we might want to say to businesses or anyone who's producing BOD, so biological oxygen demand or chemical oxygen demand, hey, don't put anything down the drain at 12. It would really help us if you could put that down at between midnight and 6 a.m.
And Rory, what material would that be for a layman? I'm sure it's not just going to the washroom at
noon.
noon.
Well,
Or is it?
yeah, well, this raises some really good questions, right? Like this tells us a story. So maybe at 9 a.m. we have heavy washroom use, for example. People are getting ready for work and school and eating breakfast, and it's all making its way down to the treatment plant at 9. Maybe, so biological oxygen demand, which is a key indicator for us, and it's something we have to measure for our regulatory sampling, is super high right at lunch. Maybe this is grocery store or restaurants kicking in, or maybe people using the washroom again. We have another big spike of BOD and COD, biological oxygen demand, just after dinner time.
But if I may, there's a time lag, right, to get to the plant. Is it an hour?
I'm not.
How long
I mean,
does it take?
there is, right? So someone in uphill is going to be a lot, or maybe I shouldn't say a lot, but longer than someone on Baker Street or a grocery like Canadian Wholesale Club.
Do we have any idea how long it takes to get from, say, the airport to the treatment plant? Is it 20 minutes?
Airport to the treatment plant, we probably have those numbers. I think.
Takes about 30 minutes to get from airport to
30 minutes.
thing. So yeah, flowing through the system. I mean, seeing the spikes where they are would kind of jive with an early morning, a lunchtime, and supper time, and then by the time it's getting to the plant, you've got the delay of the time to get out there. But it would be tied to people using the system at those points in time.
Mm-hmm. It's just that the 12 o'clock time's a little bit maybe not quite right. If it's a half hour, an hour, then it's 11.
Waiting all morning.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's coffee.
Schools get out at 11.
I should say, too, this data was actually collected from the airport lift station. So
Okay,
right down
okay,
by
so
the
it's
airport.
pretty direct then.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the time for water to get from Baker Street to there is, but maybe, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes, just a guess.
Got it. Thanks.
So with this, we can say, okay, here's when our loading is high. So maybe, for example, we want to go to our high wastewater producers, like breweries and food producers, and say, hey, please don't put wastewater down the drain at noon. Like that would be something that we can go to them with that, may produce better results at the wastewater treatment plant. As I mentioned, collecting this data is quite costly. This probably costs at least over $1,000 to do. So this isn't something that you can just do every day. But one thing that we can measure with a sensor is total suspended solids. So what we ended up doing was we installed a turbidity sensor, which can then be calculated to total suspended solids at the wastewater treatment plant. So now we have an hour-by-hour data set of wastewater strength, which will help us with seasonal variability or day-to-day variability. So even in this data set, we see spikes on the 11th and 12th. Now we can go back and see what happened on the 11th and 12th. So we were measuring, wastewater strength. That was like our baseline study. The next step was to go upstream and talk to business owners and see what they're doing. In the past, breweries have been, the city had been working with breweries. So that's where we started again. It's simple. There's 3 of them. They have the same similar processes. And I just happen to know the brewmasters at each one, so.
Intimate.
So just like we did on the City of Nelson's entire wastewater system, we did a loading analysis for each step of the brewing process for each brewery to see which processes in the brewing were heavy on our wastewater treatment plant and where we can make improvements and how breweries compare to one another. So a part of that, though, was that we're just also in there and talking about water quality and wastewater quality concerns. And it just so happened that NBC was looking at putting in a centrifuge, which just happens to make their brewing process much, much more efficient. And they said, hey, we've heard your concerns. We want to work with you. We're going to expedite this by a couple of years. They installed it, they purchased it without even telling me and had it there a couple months later. So this is a great example of how where we go to the community and we talk about what's going on, we can get buy-in from businesses. Here's an example of material being pulled out of beer with a centrifuge. So we're looking at a centrifuge here. The liquid on the right might be wort or some sort of waste product, which would normally just be put down the drain. By putting into the centrifuge, they can pull out all that material that would normally go to our treatment plant and put down a cleaner product. So it makes their process more efficient, which saves them money and makes their wastewater cleaner. So it's win-win. So it's
Yeah, Councillor Page.
So what comes out of the centrifuge then? That becomes compost?
well, exactly, right? So this would produce like a paste or something like that can be then composted or brought to a farm or something along those
That's
lines.
what I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
New 6 Stick.
So I'm spending a lot of time at the wastewater treatment plant. We're looking at all these things, installing sensors, doing this work. And the guys at the treatment plant are saying, hey, you can't just look at businesses. We have real issues at the wastewater treatment plant when we have infiltration events. So, okay, well, let's take a look at that. We actually just happen to have data where we could do a desktop study. And so what we're seeing on this graph is total suspended solids going to river on the y-axis. So the more solids that are going to the river, you can say that the plant is performing worse or it's not able to keep up. And each one of these dots is the amount of solids going out to a river on a given day. And the x-axis or the horizontal axis is the amount of inflow that we're seeing into the wastewater system. Inflow meaning rain coming off the streets and going in, or melt coming off the streets and going in. And so what we were able to do is we were able to identify days where it had rained over 10 millimeters or temperatures were either above 4 degrees Celsius on average during the winter months. These are times where water is going to be running over the street, getting into the sanitary sewer, and bringing solids with it and overloading the system. And so this is when we get in trouble a little bit and something that we want to prevent. I think, Colin, you had mentioned that you guys were talking about work to be done on Baker Street. So for example, on Baker Street, in the past, all the rain gutters were directed into the sanitary system. And so now that is kind of coming back and causing us a little bit of trouble. So that's where we got on the wastewater monitoring project. After that, I was asked to write an annual drinking water report. So this is near completion, and I'm really excited for you guys to get an opportunity to read it. An annual drinking water report is something that's required of us by our operating permit, so our permit to supply drinking water to the city. And it can be one of those things where you put something out there that meets the requirements and you check that box and you're good for another year. But we started looking into the data and thought, hey, this is really interesting. And this can be a real engagement tool for citizens of Nelson, Nelson's staff, and it also goes to our regulators. So for example, here we're looking at the amount of water coming from our various 3 sources over time. So Celis, Anderson, and 5 Mile, as well as the total drinking water that Nelson consumes. So this didn't need to go in there, but this is just, it's very interesting information that can be engaging to the public. The next is just another graph from that report. So this is something that we found is that we actually had a really good year for water quality in 2021. And so that's great. We were able to meet all of our requirements and most importantly, show that we were able to operate without a filter in place. So the City of Nelson operates with a 2-stage system, which is chlorine disinfection and UV. The 3rd stage would be a filtration system. And if your water quality is not that good, if you're above certain criteria, then you're required to install a filtration system. So with this analysis that we were able to do, we were able to prove to our regulators that we're below that criteria for another year. In addition, we can see the trends that can allow us to operate our system on a day-to-day to improve our water quality further. So for example, we have a spike in turbidity levels, like some material in the water, in the blue line here, which is 5 Mile and Celis on like June 4th, but the turbidity at Anderson on that date is super low. So that's an instance where if we have this data in real time, we can pull more from Anderson and less from 5 Mile and improve our water quality. And that might just be the ticket to stay underneath that filtration exemption criteria. Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yes.
thank you. So we don't have a filtration system in our city water plant. On our little neighborhood, we have a water system with the UV and chlorine and filtration.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And filtration is definitely like the most expensive by a long shot.
Okay.
Because the filters are extremely expensive. So I would imagine that would raise our costs by a huge amount for a city level filtration system.
Yeah.
I would imagine, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very true, Councillor Woodward. There's, depending on the filtration that you have for your system, I don't know, is it some kind of cartridge?
It's three bag system.
Three-bag system, okay.
Yeah, or
Sure.
3 filtration system.
Sure. So, with the volume that we're putting through here, my guess is that it would probably make the most sense for us to do maybe more like a sand filter.
Yes, we also have a sand filter on our system too.
And so more, I mean, obviously there's a lot of cost in building the sand filter, but then what the issue becomes, it's the operating of the sand filter, because they're a little bit finicky in that you've got to feed the right amount of polymer to get them to bind up just nicely. But then you've also got to watch for your breakthrough, and so you're able to clean them. And so it becomes more of an operational, ongoing operational expense, because it takes a lot more monitoring and they're a little bit more finicky.
So we really want to really don't want to have a filtration system if we can absolutely avoid it.
Yeah. And that being said, if we're going to pull water from the lake,
Yes.
that's where the filtration system would become something which the province isn't going to let us not have filtration at that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So, Rory, can you explain why we would have Anderson and the Mountain Station Reservoir not tracking? Like, I'm assuming that you'd have some localized event up in the Anderson Creek watershed, that, like a rain event, that would cause the turbidity to go up when it doesn't because sometimes it tracks, but then sometimes it skews off. So
Yeah, exactly.
that happened.
You know, I didn't look into this event exactly. One thing that I will be proposing is like keeping a closer eye on some of this data so that we can draw these trends. But the mountain station, so the blue spike previous is, no, you know, it is difficult. You know, after the fact, it is difficult to explain this. We could look at precipitation or like historical precipitation data. But at the moment, I don't necessarily have a good answer. This is exactly what I do for a lot of other clients, is try and actually draw these similarities between temperature at elevation, temperature at ground level, precipitation, snow melt, water quality, all those things. But that's not something that we've historically done here. Like I said, we could pull that historic data and draw those, and maybe we want to do it going forward.
Well, it would strike me, and if I'm wrong on this, if there's some event that's happening up in Anderson Creek, like there's some disturbance of maybe, I don't know, some cutting on this side or something, this should point it out, be like, oh, that has a direct impact, and we can see when it happened and how.
Councillor Lodler, the reason why the data tracks in those instances is because we are controlling and capping the amount of contribution that those creeks
Oh, I
make
see.
to our overall water supply. You know that 5 Mile Creek provides, on average, about 90% of our water, depending on the season. Celis and Anderson Creek are much smaller watersheds, and so the amount of water we can take from them is also smaller and capped. So what we're able to do is control or cap the amount of water we are taking from them. So that's why they flatten out. They can have more water to provide, but we're not taking it.
But in that though, I think what that data points out, and it still holds with your answer, is that there is variability between the watersheds. Like you'll have a spiked event in Anderson, and so getting more insight into what's causing those spikes would be pretty useful because we could mitigate some of those spikes too.
That's right. So
Right.
even though those watersheds all share borders, so to speak, some are smaller, some are larger, some are steeper than others, and so they react in different ways, even to the same storm event. There's also a considerable amount of area there, and so one storm event can pass over one or two, but not the other.
Okay. Yeah.
And so one of the things that we started doing in 2022 and are looking towards now is really building that awareness upstream in those watersheds as to how they're behaving. And what you see in that graph is the start of our ability to control water inputs based on quality, the way Rory's describing.
Right. Makes sense. Thanks.
Kind of like operate a smart system and interact on a day-to-day level.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Just one other question. I know, Colin, you were talked about in the past of using some, I don't know, if polymers or something to pull or to reduce that turbidity. Did you do that, or what happened with that? Or, and I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it was.
Haven't gone to that, and the only reason really why we haven't gone to that yet is because if we're feeding polymer up at Mountain Station, then we're going to wind up putting what will settle out would be in whatever what's called the reservoir, but it's a big settlement basin before it gets to being treated water. So you'd wind up settling things out in there, which creates an operational issue, and then depending on how rapidly you're cleaning what you've settled out, you can also start developing taste and odor issues because now you've got this stuff that you've knocked out that's all sitting on the bottom there. And so we haven't gone there yet, but that's something that especially if you can get a finer tune on your when you're getting these spikes, that then you could feed a little bit there because you don't really want to feed a lot of that. You don't have to, but yeah, we just haven't quite hit that point yet with our approach.
I'm sorry, I have so many questions, but the next one, and I'll try to be quicker about these, is how much do we lose to evaporation?
At the pond,
Yeah.
I wouldn't think
Not very much.
enough that it's a concern.
Okay.
Would be my thought. We go through a lot of drinking water, so it'd be like 1/100% maybe,
Great.
or something like that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Tate.
I saw in the previous presentation that the water use is around 2 million meters cubed per year. I'm just trying to do the math to figure out what is our wastewater processing per year, and I know it will change depending if there's rain and not rain, but is it about the same? Does a lot of it get absorbed? What does that look like? What's the ratio there?
So what we're looking at on this graph here is, I think this is a year's worth of data. I can't remember exactly. I produced this many months ago. But on the y-axis, what I'm calling inflow and infiltration is the volume of wastewater in excess of the volume of drinking water coming in. So if, let's say,
Say it slower.
what we're showing on this horizontal axis here is the volume of wastewater in excess of the volume of wastewater that we saw in a given day. So the more, if we saw 1,000 cubic meters of drinking water per day, but we saw 2,000 cubic meters of wastewater, that dot would show up on 1,000 here because there's 1,000 liters in excess.
Thank you.
In terms of wastewater volume, this shows it by hour. So this black line is the wastewater volume by hour on a very typical day. So when there's no inflow and infiltration.
Yeah, I did that one. That comes out around 1.7 million meters cubed per year. So that's why I was curious.
Okay. Yeah, I've only looked at it per day, and it was about 5,000 cubic meters per day.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So this is the, here I'm wrapping up the annual drinking water report. We've obviously spent a lot of time talking about it. It will be available, I would say, within a month. And it's we could probably talk about that for an hour. It has very interesting insights. So going on to 2023, that wraps up what I was involved with in 2022, and we have a few proposed projects for 2023 that we'll just be bringing to your attention. All of them involve drinking water, wastewater, and climate change. So the first project is exactly what we were just talking about, is keeping a closer eye on our water quality and then making day-to-day decisions as to how to manage that water quality for optimum results. Again, with the goal of staying within the filtration exclusion criteria. There's a lot more things that we look at over just turbidity. There's other things such as UV transmittance, or how well our UV system is working. There's turbidity meters at each intake, so we can look at it on an intake per intake basis. Another project that I'm putting out here is implementing the source water protection plan. So source water protection plan was completed in 2021, and it's a requirement from or in our operating permit to operate a water treatment system, so that we can stay within that filtration exclusion criteria. So basically what this is looking to do is saying, hey, City of Nelson, keep an eye on your watersheds, what's going on above them, and try and do your best to maintain their health. And by doing that, you don't need to install a sand filtration system unless your turbidity gets too high or other things get too high. So what's required here is for the City of Nelson to have a really good understanding of what's in this source water protection plan. And I've read it twice, for example, and I think I need to read it a third time to really get caught up on it. Jesse?
Through the chair.
Fine.
So we're doing a lot of wildfire mitigation work up and around these areas. I'm wondering, is there a detectable difference between before and after the mitigation work? And is one, like, does the mitigation work, say, cause more evaporation or less water being held by the soils?
Yeah, a lot of those questions, like, does this impact our drinking water, are hard to answer without like a in-depth study. So we have researchers in the region actually looking at forestation and snowpack and groundwater recharge, but that's a very high level question.
Councillor Woodward, the fire mitigation work has been taking place outside of the real watershed catchment. There's been some localized work around the water intakes, really more for tactical protection. But a lot of that fire mitigation work is taking place closer to the interface between the city boundary and the mountain slopes. So that map that you see on the slide there, that is a simplification of one of the earlier ones you saw this morning, is showing that the boundaries or the catchments there, and most of that mitigation work's been taking place a lot closer to town where it matters. So back to your question about whether that's impacting water storage or quality, no, not here.
Okay.
So Scott, just on that though, there was logging in the Sellis Creek watershed, right? So we've been working with Klesnikoff on ensuring that that isn't impacting our watershed, but so I don't know whether that's a test case or not. I know they're staying away from certain steep slopes and things like that, but they're certainly doing logging in that Sellis Creek watershed.
That's correct, Kevin. So you can see on the map in front of you the green areas identifying protected space, but the gray within those catchments are what Kevin's referring to. Those are privately held lands. They're held by owners such as Klesnikoff, Anderson Creek Timber, and we are interacting with them at a couple of different levels to manage the impacts that those logging operations have within those areas.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so that's what the source water protection plan is all about. It's really saying, asking or saying that the city of Nelson should be, aware with what's going on in its watersheds and working with those stakeholders to ensure that we have good water quality going forward. It also talks about monitoring. So Jesse, you're asking, well, does this specific cut block affect our water? Well, something we would want to do is, just keep an eye on that. Maybe it doesn't for 5 years and then there's a very big event and, well, we want to be on top of that.
Sorry, I just,
Go ahead,
I guess
Councilor.
my concern is as we've seen further logging and further wildfire mitigation work happening, this will increase and we will lose forest ground cover up there, plus beetle kill and general drying of the mountaintops. And I guess, just looking over that kind of long-term view so that we aren't caught surprised. I know it's a lot of factors, and of course climate change is very unknown in terms of the impacts, but I keep coming back to how super critical all of this is for the lifeblood of our town. So it's really good work we're doing here, for sure.
Yeah, because the other factor is wildfire.
Yes.
And having a lightning strike and losing the whole tree cover and having whatever soot and all that into our water stream is, as my understanding from Colin in the past, is the biggest risk is if we had a major wildfire in there and all of a sudden all that material comes into your water source and
that was
takes
just
years.
reported at 6 Mile, at Duhamel Creek. They're having effects from the wildfire this summer. So
that's, I think, probably the biggest thing we're protecting against is the threat of wildfire and the impact on our watersheds.
I would second that as well. And we've seen that in the region. You've seen this in your drinking watershed. I do work on Winlaw and Trozo Creeks in the Slocan. There was a major fire there. Their water was very much not drinkable for quite a while. That is something we don't want to see in our watershed. That is for sure. Recently, this plan's been out since 2021, and as Scott alluded to, he's already implementing it and working with these with people who are doing work in our watershed. 2 recent ones is Anderson Creek Timber has talked about doing some more logging in the spring, so they called us up and started consulting with the city and with Scott. And so we want to use this source water protection plan to guide those conversations and make sure that everyone's on the same page. Another person or organization that came to us is Whitewater, or the city is Whitewater. They're looking to install a ski hill, which would directly put or allow people to access the 5 Mile basin. So we want to use the source water protection plan to have those conversations with them as well. These are some smaller projects that you may want to be considered for 2023. CCCP stands for Cross Connection Control Program, and that's really talking about backflows, preventers, and making sure that they're installed. This is really a non-negotiable project, and it's required for our operating permit, again, to provide drinking water. And really what this is an administrative task that the city needs to put on to make sure that they're in place. We had a survey in 2017 that covered 75% of the city. So we're currently working off that to make sure that all the high severity rated instances are being addressed as a top priority. Of course, we need to write a 2022 drinking water report. So something I would recommend doing. And the only other small sort of project is data quality. So the city collects a lot of data, but it's not necessarily cleaned or presented in a way that's easy to understand. So if we're giving this to regulators or other consultants, we want to make sure it's accurate. I certainly spend quite a bit of time cleaning data when it's given to me so that I could use it. And we want to make sure that that's easy for other folks as well. On to wastewater. Currently, we are measuring TSS loading at the wastewater treatment plant on an hourly basis. This is really cost-effective work. Sensors already purchased, already installed. We just go and replace the batteries once a month, and then process the data.
Never seen the street look that empty.
Yeah, it must have been.
That was March 2020.
Maybe it was at like 5 a.m. or something like that. So this continuous TSS data set will allow us to calculate our wastewater treatment plant performance, also identify things that are causing us wastewater issues. Another project on the wastewater side that's being discussed is doing, like we did at the breweries by going and doing a loading analysis. That was a lot of work. We don't necessarily want to replicate that far and wide to keep our resources down. But one thing that we were talking about was doing a bit of an audit with, say, restaurants. So what that would look like is either taking a subsegment of restaurants, say 30 restaurants, and going and seeing if they're implementing best practices or if they even know what those best practices are, or if they have the equipment installed but aren't using it. And once we have that information, we know if we can actually improve the upstream wastewater strength. So for example, if we went to 30 restaurants and we noted that only 10% of them have an oil and grease trap that they're pumping out, well, then we know that we can get those 90% that aren't doing it kind of on board with something that's going to improve our wastewater. If we go out there and we find that 80% of businesses are doing exactly what they should be, they've got an oil and grease trap, they're pumping it out monthly, well, then we know there's not a lot of room for improvement. So with that, we can then plan our next steps to try and improve our wastewater quality. On top of that, exactly like we saw at NBC, by going into these businesses and talking wastewater and talking concerns, we can do a bit of an education piece, and we might find that we get a lot of compliance without even going into phase 2. Finally, this is the final slide I have here. It's on what we've been talking about. It's climate change and stream flow monitoring and water quality monitoring. So I just wanted to give an example of like what happened in 2022 and what we might want to look at in 2023. So 2022, you can see on this graph on the left here that this green line kind of goes out to okay, so what we're looking at in this right graph is a snow pillow up at Redfish Creek, which is out by Balfour. A snow pillow quantifies the amount of snow on the ground. It's a very expensive piece of technology, tens of thousands of dollars to install it, something that really only the province takes on. But they have one here. And so what we saw in 2022 was we saw, well, they've been collecting data for 20 years, and we saw the highest snowpack in the spring that's ever been observed. Mm-hmm. And so the year before, or the fall before, we had the atmospheric river that was very difficult.
Aren't we today?
Yes, it was.
The anniversary.
Yeah, the anniversary is today. So the province was really learned from that experience, and we're helping communities such as the city of Nelson address what might be coming down. And since we saw a record snowpack in spring, we were really concerned. This is showing that our snowpack didn't diminish basically at all until mid-June. And so all we needed was a week of hot weather or 3 days of hot weather, and we could have been in real trouble. So we don't monitor stream flow in our creeks currently, which is a concern for flooding. And because we were thinking, hey, we might see a 1 in 100 year event here, let's hastily get some equipment out there so we can at least record this data and plan for future events. So that wasn't in the budget, but we just did it because it was an emergency. Mm-hmm. We didn't really necessarily carry through with it, so it's something that we might want to consider for future years. There's also ways that it could be done in a more cost-effective manner. So for example, one of the most cost-effective pieces of equipment that I put out is a game camera that takes a picture every day. So we don't necessarily need to have a quantified data set of how much stream flow is coming through our various creeks or streams, although that would be wise for doing future engineering projects and planning. Something that's really easy to say yes to is a game camera, is to have that visual image of the stream, what's going on in this. The same thing with meteorological monitoring. We don't necessarily need to put in a $10,000 meteorological station. We've got a couple tipping bucket rain gauges kicking around Public Works. We've got some installed. We just need to make sure that those are calibrated and that the data coming out of those is accurate. And then that will allow us to sort of make these predictions and do this analysis to prepare for what's coming down the road. Here we see two pictures of two of our creeks this year. The right-hand picture is Anderson Creek. As we can see, the water quality in this picture is not ideal. So by tracking water quality as we're doing and correlating that with flow, we can make predictions as to when we're going to have low water quality and when we might want to change our operations. The picture on the left is Cottonwood Creek. This is, again, this spring, and this is where Cottonwood Creek exits Railtown and goes under the railway. The water is actually getting pretty close to that bridge there. We did a flow measurement on this day and calculated over 9,000 liters per second going through there. When does this bridge become inundated? Is it at 13,000? We don't know that, but by collecting data and doing those calculations, we can kind of predict that and prepare for it.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, I remember when the heat dome happened, one of the things we were talking about at this table was, how much heat can our equipment withstand? Even I remember we talked about the Orange Bridge, what it was designed for back in the 60s, and would it hold together under 45-degree temperatures and stuff like that. So, I think this is, such critical work here to really sort of stretch out these parameters on our infrastructure, because climate change will be stretching it out, and it will be getting worse. So, the more we can get on top of this and the quicker we can actually do this work, it's that saying, a stitch in time saves 9. If we can actually put the work in to actually strengthen or increase the resiliences of this equipment beforehand is really critical.
Well, a great example of climate change affecting our operations here is that the only reason we were saved due to flooding in Nelson is because we had an incredibly cold spring, which made the snowmelt happen very slowly. That also made it so that we had lots of water early on in the year, and the water loss mitigation project was kind of a little bit less important because we had definitely adequate water late into the year. And now we're in a drought situation again, and the water loss mitigation project is becoming a concern once more. So climate change, what's really happening is that weather patterns are becoming elongated. They're moving out slower. That means droughts are longer and precip events are longer as well, creating the more extreme weather. And it's not what we're used to. We have to adapt. This is absolutely nothing new, but we can certainly do it. We're doing our best.
Councillor Lockenberg.
Sorry, and on that note, we're using the basin climate source as our sort of go-to source for climate data when we look to the future, I'm assuming? Is that still what we do?
Modeling, what I generally look at is modeling put out by the province. So the province has a tool called the Kootenay Boundary Water Tool, where you click on a map and it gives you the modeled hydrograph, or monthly average stream flow, as well as predictions for that stream flow. So that's where I get a lot of my climate modeling, and that's how I make a lot of my decisions related to water.
Okay.
But that would be provincial data.
My caution for all of us and this is one I'm constantly reminding myself, is that these models are generally conservative, and we keep getting updates in the last even couple of weeks about how we're all of even the high carbon scenario models are like way underestimating, like 30, 40, 50 year underestimating. And if you look at even the Columbia Climate Source model, that 2021 looks like 2070 in a high carbon scenario. Like, so I would just calibrate accordingly if you're not already. Yeah.
Yeah.
These are hard
Hooray.
topics.
Sorry, I just said, who do I stick my hand up for?
You just go.
I just get to go. Isn't that
You just
interesting?
get to go.
Oh, the new challenges. I'm just looking at this picture, and you talked about the fact the one there on the left-hand side about the stream flow there going from Cottonwood Lake, and I'm wondering, do we share any of this data with our external partners? And what I'm thinking of here is CPR in terms of, are they doing any kind of mitigation or adaptation themselves in terms of monitoring all this water that flows underneath their railroad tracks? I mean, this is an important link for them to have these tracks running. And I'm just wondering where we are, and maybe you can't answer that, but maybe one of the city staff behind you or the CAO can answer that. But when you talk about, 9 million, and then maybe it's 13 is the trade-off point, and you look at that picture and it is fairly high, and knowing full well that we tell people not to stand on banks of rushing water because of the undercut, is that it might only take, 9.2 million liters per second to wash out the tracks because of the undercut. Anybody want to comment in the back? I see some heads.
Your worship, my communication channel with the CPR is largely tactical with the track master that operates the section of track through the valley here. And so our conversation is really around, if issues are being flagged to me, I'm feeding it back to that CPR supervisor. Odds are he already knows, but we do have those communication channels in place. I can't speak to whether the CPR has a larger plan in place, although they most certainly do. And in terms of those bridges, and Rory's using that one as an example, a lot of that infrastructure is built to a 1 in 100 year event return, which means that they're engineering in a lot of conservatism, a lot of redundancy in those. But to Rory's point, we're investing in understanding the streams. As you know, Cottonwood isn't one of our water sources, right? Although Celis feeds into it, but we're investing in understanding how these behave in storm conditions so that they're more predictable for us. The photo on the right, the Elwyn, that's Anderson Creek crossing at Elwyn, just near the 10th Street campus in Fairview. And that one's particularly important to us because that's where Anderson Creek really starts entering town, starts flowing under roads, between houses, on its way down to Kootenai. And so these are things that Public Works invests a lot of time in monitoring during those high flow periods, often 24 hours, and working with Nelson Fire to do. What we want to do in 2023, working with Rory, is taking some of the guesswork out of that and building a data set so that we know how things behave based on the weather or the flows that we're seeing.
So a follow-up, because you mentioned another one of my favorite streams that runs through town, Anderson Creek. So as you said, it does run between houses, and historically over time, although you're not supposed to, I do know people that have lived along the creek bed that have rearranged the riprap. So I'm wondering, in terms of engagement with the community around the fact that they shouldn't be moving or rearranging for their pleasure of the creek, given the fact that as we get more of these 1 in 50 and 1 in 75 and 1 in 100 year events, I always find it a bit funny when somebody says, oh, that was a 1 in 100 year event and now we can wait another 100 years. No, we can maybe wait, 10 years perhaps. But do we have an ongoing engagement process with those people that live along the lake and along the Anderson Creek, and if it's easy for them to contact us when they see something that's going on? I mean, you have all those catch gates there for big things that come down, but I've listened to that at Gordon Road in my office, and I can actually hear you can hear the rocks moving, right? Like you don't have to, you can be quite a ways from the creek and hear that during high flow time.
I'll direct.
Annually, with the Damming and Diking Authority, again, one of the things that we have to do is inspect Anderson Creek. And so we would walk that in the fall. And so there's the portions of it that we're able to readily inspect, which have city access, and then there's areas with private access, so we just report that we're unable to look at those. Our experience so far with this, or at least my experience, has been that the majority of folks, when the going's good and there's no problem in the creek or any sort of problem associated with it, it's mind your own business, it's my property, and I'm not really interested in hearing what you have to say about riprap or trees or whatever. And but as soon as a tree falls over or something, it's, well, when are you going to come get your tree out of my yard? And so we haven't had a lot of uptake on, and there definitely has been people that have done things within the creek bed there. I suppose we could do a better job at trying to inform folks of that. That being said, I guess we haven't really come up against an issue because somebody's gone and created some kind of little seating area or something. It's more probably they've lost their seating area because after the water's gone, all those rocks have moved and whatever they've done for themselves has kind of become undone. There is a chunk though along, what is it, at 6th, if I remember right, where it looks like there's a concrete wall where we've got some undercutting that's happened there. And so that was going to be something I was going to follow up this year just to take a look at how dynamic that's been and what we'd have to do to repair that. And that may be something where that could be potentially a homeowner thing to do. I guess I'll have to get through that. Again, this is against some private property, and so again, when the going's good, it's their property. When there's a problem, that's when normally they come looking for some help. But anyways, I got to dive a little bit more into that, and then I guess just some general information for folks would be a good thing to get out there. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I just made a note of that. We'll explore some, do we have regulatory authority, to manage access along that? So we'll just look into that, of what we can, what authorities we do have, and make sure we're exercising them where we need to. And, I think a big part of this is education of those homeowners as well, to, just let them know what needs to be done to properly manage that risk.
Citizen science is also becoming more and more popular. There's a lot of things that citizens can do, such as, hey, take a picture of the stream every day. What are we looking at? Or grab a water sample and just line them up. Are we seeing high turbidity? I mean, we monitor turbidity in Anderson. But for example, I'm proposing some cost-effective ways to sort of do some of this work. An example would be, if we're going to have more people skiing in 5 Mile Basin, let's engage those folks that are going out there. Let's get some snow survey rods. Maybe we can get some data for free that will help us, manage runoff and things like that. If there was a sign here where people knew what to call and a tree fell in there, that could be addressed right away as well. If it happened at 3 a.m. I mean, people are probably calling if their basements are flooding.
Oh, yeah, definitely hear about that.
There's real
Well, and even if you've got, stuff piling up on the trash rack there that you're able to see on the Elwyn, picture there, if that gets all jammed up with, debris, that very quickly becomes a dam, and you could start overtopping that very quickly, and so, I mean, we're inspecting that during the key freshet period, or we've got staff that are out doing inspections on these things, so they don't get out of hand on you, but, yeah, we also, as soon as there's any kind of action going on there, you got a lot of people that are phoning you right away to let you know that something's happening, and we're very thankful for that. I mean, I don't think there's been one thing I haven't known about yet, but I'd rather you phone me about something that I already know about than you think that I might know about it and not phone me, so we really encourage everybody to let us know if they see something that's looking not correct to them.
So that was what I had to show you today. You know, what we've done in the past and what we're possibly looking at addressing in the future. You know, what makes sense to look at in 2023 and whatnot. And I should say too, this was a lot of information. Like, I was probably talking pretty quick. There's a lot of acronyms. Scott and I will sit down with one of these graphs and talk about it for an hour. So this is like super high level. I'm always available for further discussion, as well as Scott and the crew. And I just like to say that this is like interesting stuff I find, and it's such a pleasure to be here and talk about it with you all.
Thank you, Rory.
Thanks, Rory.
So council, do you have any other questions for Rory while he's here? Seeing none, I guess we can hand it back to Chris, and I'm just wondering, Chris, what are we moving into next, please?
I think there's a little bit more to finish up with water to talk about the number side of things, then move into wastewater. But if people wanted to stretch, we could do that
So
while
I'm
I switch
wondering
slides.
if, can we take just a 5-minute break now for those that need to stand up, and
That's a
then
good
we'll
idea.
come back? Go to speak. Anyways, are we live? Okay, and we're back, and we are on to the wastewater utility.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So yeah, just a little bit of a shift in the agenda slightly. Just want to be conscious of everyone's time. What we thought we would do is go into the discussion of the wastewater side of things while we have Colin Innes and the team from Public Works here to kind of give us that side of the, the plan, the what we're going to do piece. We had, I think I mentioned that the fees that we send out here in early 2023 are water, wastewater, and resource recovery. So our next budget meeting, the plan was to discuss that resource recovery piece. So what we thought we would do is just kind of go through the who, what, when, where, why piece before we get to the how, and we'll save that how, the budget side of it, for when we come back to the resource recovery, and we'll kind of do that all together. I'd sort of planned for having, a to be determined if we weren't going to be able to finish today, and I just want to make sure that we give time for all of this to sink in. Now, there's another good pun. And then we'll come back to kind of doing that all at the next meeting. So onto the wastewater side of things. Again, just kind of an overview, similar to what we did with the water. Look at some of the long-term capital planning, the things that we have accomplished over the last few years and what we're gearing up to do. You'll find with the wastewater side of things, it's been a bit lighter on the capital side the last couple of years, and that's because in anticipation of having the wastewater master plan come and the liquid waste management plan, and to sort of gear up for those longer term projects that we're looking ahead to. Again, just kind of an overview here, very similar to the water side as you would expect as far as number of connections and kilometers of wastewater line that we have. Annual fees are a little bit higher on the wastewater side of the utility, and that's because we're trying to build up these reserves. You can see that the reserve balance at the end of 2021 was 10.6 million, and we're trying to build those up in anticipation of some of these bigger projects that we have coming down on the treatment facility and the some of the lift station work as well, airport lift station and that kind of thing. So a bit lighter on, like I said, on the capital works over the last couple of years, doing just your sort of regular sewer main upgrades, some smaller work to the lift stations. The master plan is the piece that we've been waiting on here. So, we've had that going on for the last couple of years now, and we're going to be doing a presentation, or actually Urban Systems will be presenting to Council on January 17th. As we mentioned at the beginning of all of this, it's an update to the master plan, so there aren't any new elements in here. It's just a bit of a refinement as far as timing and amounts, that type of thing. So not a major impact to the work plan, but just kind of refining things a little bit, and some suggestions or pieces in there as well, as far as doing a liquid waste management plan as being kind of that next step. I don't know if anything you want to add on this piece or some of the work that we've been doing.
Well, I guess kind of like Chris has said, a lot of what we did was kind of more nuts and bolts sort of things where we needed to just take care of some issues, and wasn't more part of a larger plan. There's always going to be certain amounts of things that are going to have to do that. And like Chris was saying, the amount of work that we're doing in one side of things versus the other, there's only so much capacity and so much financial ability to do things. So, we've been more focused in on the water side of things, for a number of years, and I think now we're going to start shifting a little bit more into the wastewater end of it. But yeah, we haven't done as much, I think, on our maps there. We've got some of the segments that we had done, but more of our focus has been towards water than wastewater.
And Colin and Chris, I think it's important to note that we did a substantial amount of relining
100%.
Our sanitary lines over probably the previous 10 years, before that. So, when you look at how many lines we've relined on the sanitary side, that's equivalent to, in fact, I think more than the water line or water main replacements we've done on the water side. So we're actually in reasonably good shape in terms of that relining work that we've done.
Yeah, Kevin's correct. The linear system, you're able to, within a sewer system, there is some ability to reline a water line, but within sewer systems is traditionally where you would be doing this kind of work. And so they're pulling a fiberglass liner through, you're inflating it, and then it's setting up and buying you that extra life. And so the city had done a lot of relining, and the real benefit to relining is you're not having to disturb what's in the ground. And so there's the time that it takes to do it, there's all of the digging and disruption that goes on, and then all the cost to be buying new pipe, to be doing all of the soil moving, all of the labor involved, and then paving and concrete work on top of that. So relining work is really effective work and a good tool for us, and I think the city has made good use of that historically. I think there's some that's coming, I can't remember, 2024 is when we've got more of it back on the agenda again.
Yeah, so the just to give you a bit of background on the wastewater treatment plant, and I'll let maybe Colin Innes talk a little bit about this, but some of the history of the plant there, and as far as where we're at with that, and identifying, that we're at a point where we need to start looking ahead to building up some capacity at the wastewater treatment plant to give us some room for population growth as well as just kind of meet our regulatory requirements. So yeah, I don't know if there's some things will be coming in the master plan, where there were some in that 2018 urban systems plan as well, but yeah.
Sure, and I spoke to some of the things already that, kind of liquid waste management plan and that, but just specific to the plant, one of the issues there, and did you have a picture of the RBCs in here? I think
Yeah,
you
we'll
did,
get to
Chris,
that a little
right?
bit later, yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
anyways, I was just going to talk about with the RBCs were brought in 2005 is when we added those. And what those do is they provide what's called secondary treatment. And so primary treatment is you've got your wastewater that's come into the plant, it's been able to settle out, and so a lot of your solids have fallen out of it, and then that water that's able to, that the solids have come out of is able to flow over. And historically, that's where, before the plant was upgraded, that water would have then been put back into the lake, and that's what would have been discharged. So it would have undergone primary treatment. Yes, I guess it's because of the narrows and everything there. We actually have a very good mixing zone. I think it mixes. I think it's like 270 to 1 or something like that. So it's an incredible mix. You can't really see an impact, a perceptible impact in water sampling, which is really quite interesting. But so anyways, that's primary treatment. So bringing on RBCs, or rotating biological contactors, brought on what's called secondary treatment. So what that is that water still has those total suspended solids that you've heard about, that has that CBOD demand associated with them. And what the RBCs do is provide a medium for our bacterium to grow on, and to basically to extract nutrient out of the water. So what they do is it's literally big plastic plates that spin round and round, and so the plate is partially submerged, and then it comes up through the air and goes back around and into the water again. And what that allows is for your microbes to come into contact with food, and then to come into contact with air, and so they're able to complete all of the breakdown, and it just keeps going round and round. The problem is that RBCs are it's a big physical mechanical thing that's working, and like all big mechanical things that are working, eventually they start to wear out. And so that's the situation that we're up against with our RBCs, is they're really getting into the end of their lifespan. And so one of the things that within our operating budget, there's some work that we need to do for our RBCs next year, just to keep things going, because quite obviously, we've got a lot of ground that we've got to cover before we're getting to ourselves to a new plant. And and even then, once let's say we had a drawing set in front of us today, well, fantastic, we've got a plant, let's go build it. Well, I mean, it's still going to take you about 2 years to put something like that together, because it's pretty complicated and it takes a long time to do it. So we need to be able to keep these units functioning, and some of the information that Rory's been getting for us is particularly valuable for this, because if we can see where loadings are influencing things and how they're behaving, this is where we got to try to maximize the life of these things and get the most efficient treatment that we can out of them. So this is, I guess, going to become one of my projects here for this year, is to really try to see what we could do to get as much life as we can out of the RBCs. Rotating biological contactors were a really popular treatment approach. They've kind of sort of fallen out of fashion, and I think it's largely, again, because you've got large mechanical apparatus that will wear out. Where things have gone, and I don't ultimately know what would happen with our where our plant would move to in a new plant design, because they haven't done that yet. But one of the things that RBCs have largely been replaced by is a process where, instead of having a bunch of big rotating plates, you have a bunch of little plastic discs that are put into the water, and then you're using aeration to keep everything mixing over, and you're kind of creating a similar kind of thing, but it's on small discs as opposed to big plates. So in moving to a new treatment plant, is that something which would be what this could get converted into to provide you the treatment that you need for secondary treatment? It's a potential option. That's something that's worth looking at. I don't know if that's going to be the solution, but it's something that in a lot of places where they had RBCs, they've taken those out and gone to this other treatment approach, and it's kind of been the retrofit for that existing tankage, because of course you've got big concrete tanks there, and you want to maximize your life that you can get out of those, because it costs a lot of money to build with concrete, as well as there's a lot of embodied carbon in concrete, so you want to maximize and get your maximum lifespan out of all of that. So so one of the projects is working on life cycle maintenance, and then I've got a couple other little projects there to do with some sludge pumps, and there's a waste activated sludge valve.
I got some things on that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to. Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. But this gives
You're
you
getting into the good stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, like Colin was saying, these were put in 2005 with an expected life of 10 years. Well, that's, would have taken us to 2015, and we're well beyond that now. And, as Colin was mentioning, even if we were to build or, start to build a plant, we still need this to last us while we're going through the process of designing and rebuilding or, upgrading our wastewater treatment plant. So we do need to try and find a way to extend the life of these. And so we do have some plans for 2023 to be able to do that, but conscious of the fact that, we are looking to upgrade. So we're not, looking to invest in something that's going to last us for 50 years. We just need a way to kind of get us through this next period. So similar to what we did on the water side here, just a kind of an outline of what we have for the planning piece. We're into 2022 at the tail end here, where we'll get our update for the wastewater master plan. We've got that grant application out to, over the next 3 years, do a liquid waste management plan. And during this period, just trying to keep our current sewage treatment plant or wastewater treatment plant operating efficiently and meet our regulatory requirements, and have it last until a period where we are able to kind of upgrade our facility or relocate it, or, depending on what information comes out of the liquid waste management plan, those kind of decisions will be made. We also have some lift stations and force main work to do. And again, the force main will depend on a location of a wastewater treatment plant. If it's in its current location, or if it's in a different location, may require different sizing of a force main or things, or of the lift station as well. And as we mentioned, doing that SIP, which is cured in place product, I think. That's the relining. So we'll do another round of that in 2024. So here's, I think, what you were
Sure,
kinda
yeah,
getting at.
that was
Yeah.
what I was just about to get. So the RBC life cycle maintenance, and here's a picture of those, of the RBCs that I was talking about. So those, what you're seeing on the right side of the picture there is part of those big plates that are spinning around and are being submerged into the water. And so this is a building that's located at the one end of the STP is where these are at. The other STP maintenance there that I just started briefly talking about, we've got some waste activated sludge pumps and valve automation that we need to do there as well. And so that'll help us out with our plant operation. The lift station work is largely related to, we've got an old generator down at the airport lift station. And we need to do the work to get a new generator hooked up there in order to be able to handle the needs of that station. The old motor in the previous generator was, it's been a good unit, but like all old motors, after a while, getting parts for old motors gets more hard to get, and your chance of having more of a large kind of catastrophic failure happening, where all of a sudden you're losing the ability of this thing to work, the risk of that goes up. And so we're moving into a new generator that's actually sitting down there and just waiting to get that all transferred over and do the transfer switch and electrical work for that. So we got that, and then the liquid waste management plan, which we're hoping to hear back early on this grant, and hopefully we can get started on that work early here next year, because I'd really, with the whole thing of having to keep these RBCs working until we're out the other end of that, the sooner that we're able to get that work underway, the better.
Question from Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Did you notice any
benefit or negative outcome to the really high heat we had during, like if the summers are trending towards longer periods of 30+ temperatures, is that affecting how these units are working?
Yeah, you're getting different bacterium that enjoy different temperatures. And so my take on the warmer temperatures is you're going to be more prone to start getting things like filamentous bacteria getting started, and which is going to drive your plant into upset. What filamentous bacteria does, it's the long strings of you know, that's in there. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to do, well, two things in a treatment plant. You're trying to settle any solids, and you're trying to get the water to go over so you can treat that. The problem with all the filamentous bacteria is it holds everything together in mats that all floats on the top, and so you don't get the settlement going, and so you're getting inefficient processing. And I mean, it's having a major impact on your effluent that's going into the river. And anybody that lives close to the facility or is near the facility is also going to notice that it's not pleasant. Staff working in the facility is going to be at a higher risk of encountering a lot of H2S, because that's going to be, you're going to start getting more of that production. So yeah, the temperature effects can have a real number on you, and you got to really keep track of what your bacteria populations are doing, and making sure that your wasting rates and things like that are appropriate to be able to deal with what you've got against. And you just got to be really vigilant to watch out for your any kind of sign of filamentous showing up on you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
All right. Well, we might be going through this quicker than I thought then. I wasn't sure how many questions we might get on the wastewater side of things. And I hope it's clear when you look at these pictures how large these RBCs are. Am I correct? I think you guys mentioned that they built the building around these things, or the roof on these things, or?
Yeah, these all got craned into place, and then they put the roof on over top of it.
So it's not as simple as just saying, oh, let's swap one of these things out here. It's
Yeah, you got to
quite a bit.
peel the roof off potentially if you wanted to do that.
Yeah. So just as far as the overall kind of 2022, 2023 budget side of this, before we kind of get into, and maybe I'll do this and go back to kind of the 2022 water, just the 2023 budget before we get into any kind of rates discussion. But just taking a look at what we have for 2022 versus 2023. So we had our user fees. You know, there's kind of that 2.5% increase in there, which factors in rate increase and growth in population as well that we've seen historically. Other revenue is where we have those connection fees, and those will depend on, what kind of new projects and things are coming online. So we had the health campus going in up here. We have Vernon Street as well, the new development. So those projects will pay a connection fee to get set up. So those will ebb and flow depending on kind of what projects are on the go or coming down the pipeline. I keep using puns that... On the expense side of things, these are just your operating type expenses to manage the utility. We're really just kind of looking at that type of inflationary type, as far as what we have for collective bargaining wages and things like that, materials. And so what you have is your net revenue available for capital. So after we have our fees and expenses, that's how much we have to be able to put into our capital reserve to then do some of these larger capital projects that we were looking at.
And Chris, just
Yep.
to tie back to the start of your presentation.
Yes.
So this is an example where this would show up in that surplus that Chris showed way back in the beginning. So 3 million of that surplus is what we're budgeting to put in reserves for the wastewater utility. So that's where those numbers all end up. These are the breakdown of all that larger number.
Yeah.
Janice?
Oh, sorry. Councillor Tate.
Could I ask those three expenses on the previous slide, the 225 and the 550 and the 200,000, where does
Yeah.
that live in the next slide?
So that will be included in, so on the 2023 budget where it says capital expenditures of 1.2 million, those will be kind of the larger ones that are kind of included in that piece there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yes, we transfer funds from our operations into the capital reserve. We've got that grant application out for doing the liquid waste management plan. So we've budgeted for some capital grants to come and help us offset those costs. And then we have those expenditures that I mentioned on this previous slide here. We do make some interest income on our reserves as well. So this is, when you compare this to, what I'll show you after for the water budget, it's a higher reserve balance, but that's in anticipation of some of these larger projects that we've got coming down that are going to require a bit of a larger reserve. We also made a switch in our fees as well a few years back, where we used to collect more in water fees than wastewater. And I don't know if you recall, we kind of did a switch there where the overall impact was nothing to the customer. We just kind of reallocated more to wastewater than water, again, just to try and put more into our wastewater reserves to be able to handle some of this additional capital expenditures that were coming down.
Question, Councillor Lockenberg.
Given Kimberly's experience with upgrading their sewage treatment plant and how
Fernie, I think
was it Fernie? I thought it was Kimberly.
I thought Kimberly had one, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
maybe Fernie too.
How much over budget did they end up, and is that part of a bigger trajectory that we should anticipate?
Well, that's a very good question, Councillor Lottenberg. I don't honestly know where they've wound up financially on that. I would imagine, though, that based on the time period that they've done this in and what I've seen just on the other projects that I've done, they probably came up against either having to substantially reduce some scopes of what they were trying to accomplish, and I don't even know if that would be possible depending on what it is that what they needed to do in their STP. Or they would have been hit with some inflationary pressures that probably have driven them having some problems. We're hoping that, obviously things they never seem to get any cheaper for some reason, but we are hoping that since there is some time though, we have to do the liquid waste management plan before we can even build a wastewater treatment plant. And so we're hoping that with the time frame there and with the design window that would be needed, you're about 5 years out, if we start right away here to get to the point of where we're able to start building. I'm really sincerely hoping that by then that things have leveled out as far as the inflation goes, because things over the last couple of years have been really volatile. And it'd be much better to, especially for a large project like this, to be going into it where we've got a lot more of a predictable sort of economy that we're dealing with and supply chain. We're probably actually fortunate that we weren't trying to tackle it right at the moment, because I think it just would have got very costly to us.
I guess my question is, given what Kimberly experienced, should we not be anticipating some of that and putting an extra buffer in place?
Let me just, Kimberly was a bit unique. They had to move their wastewater treatment plant because of flooding issues, I believe. So I think that was in part of design and maybe site condition challenges and some other things. So we're not going to face those same risks with this one. Certainly, the process when you're building anything is you do estimates at each kind of stage of it as you get more and more the design pinned down, and each class of estimate builds larger. Like at the Class D estimate, you build a large contingency in there because you just don't know the details of the design. As you get down to a Class A, then you're down to what you're building. At that stage, you're using a QC, a quantity surveyor, to go out and actually go to suppliers, go to contractors, etc., to get actual pricing of today. like I said, I think Kimberley's a bit unique in terms of, I'm not sure what happened there, whether, like I said, whether it was site condition, design at the end. Our challenges, and, I was around in 2003 when we started this upgrade to this plant, and we actually, when we got the initial grant, between that and when we actually tendered it, prices had pretty well doubled at that time. We did some redesign and put it back out, and our prices were higher. So you definitely want to build in enough contingency. You want to, when you're applying for those grants, you're hoping that the funder actually funds it within a period of time that, that pricing is still relevant. They tend to fund it, 3, 4, 5 years later, and now, and they don't tend to fund those price escalations, so we just have to be careful that we keep updating those when we, if we have to resubmit those grant applications. So there's a number of things you can do. I think Kimberley's wastewater treatment plant was 65 million or some crazy
really
number.
Large cost,
Yeah.
from what I recollect. I can't remember all the details.
It was
Very expensive.
Yeah, it was, and I think that's substantially higher than any of the sort of the costs, that we've been looking at. And like I said, I'm pretty sure they had to actually move their wastewater treatment plant, so that puts in a bunch of risk. And hopefully the design, the work we do is how do you utilize those pieces that we have now. There's if we have these big concrete containers or whatever, like how do we utilize that going forward? Concrete lasts 100 years. There's no point in not utilizing that if you can. So
Can I just follow up on that? Is that, I haven't had a chance to go into all the details in the wastewater master plan. Just like I say, we just got it a week ago or something like that. But to, they do have some cost estimates that are built into that are using, today's data from similar projects, things like Kimberley and things like that in the area. So those numbers are up to date. And we've also built inflation expectation on top of that. The problem is, what is inflation expectation? I mean, you can look at what economists are saying, and by the end of 2024, we should be back to kind of that 2% level. You kind of just have to go with the numbers that the economists are advising, but it could end up being more than that. So as we get closer and we get tighter cost estimates, then we'll work that into the budget. So right now it's kind of that far-reaching thing. So subject to revision for sure.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. What about the sort of low, middle, high, population growth in our town? Because obviously we've jumped by, I think, about 1,000 people in 2 years. So
I'm trying to remember the exact number, but
it's the biggest jump
we've had
in a
we've
long
had
time.
a big number of people, additional people. It's over 1,000. I think.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that number equates to. But.
So I guess my wonder is, we're under these, we're under cost pressures. We're under pressure at the plant.
Yeah.
So what if we get another 1,000 people in 2 years, or 2,000? I mean, I just wonder about these sort of escalating. It might not be. People might go other places, but we seem to be definitely on trajectory right now.
Sure. Part of the plan, and I can't remember what the ultimate build-out population is that they give in it. But part of the plan in looking at the wastewater master plan and what we need to do as far as a STP and that goes is looking again at that 50-year window. And so they're actually making projections out. I mean, chances are they're not going to be exact, but at the same time, they are making projections out to take a look at what those demands are going to be. And so part of the sizing and all of that for the facility and the estimates they're giving us are based on that you're going to be having a plant that's going to be serving a bigger population. Because of course, if you build it for today, well, it was, by the time you get it done 5 years from now, it was great for what you had 5 years ago. So we've got to be thinking about, well, what's coming and what are we going to actually see this facility encountering? And so you got to size it appropriately. So part of that work is to do that. And I believe right in there, they had a number of what the build-out population is.
And it would be, it feels like it's going to be increasing.
Yeah.
Because people are doing
increased.
more work from home, and they can work in a small town like this and work anywhere.
Yeah,
So that
I
changed.
can't remember honestly what they gave as the ultimate build-out population, but yeah, it's significantly north of our population.
Thank you.
Janice, Mayor?
Yes.
I do understand the concept of planning for future growth and being conservative around what we have. One of the things that we haven't talked a lot about, and it's just our first day, so it's new, is conservation and some of the other changes that will come into play as things like the building code change around gray water and secondary use and where we capture water with natural, some of the things you were talking about earlier this morning. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't plan for the growth scenario, but I don't know that 50 years out, we're going to be looking, hopefully, from my opinion and my value of water, we won't be looking at the same per capita use, both from an intake and an outtake. Just what you've mentioned to me today, we always run our dishwasher in the evening from an electricity point of view, but now I'm thinking of different things we do around our home from a wastewater, hitting the plant point of view that maybe is part of our consumer education, our citizen education in town around conservation. So that's just a piece that I want to throw out there. I certainly see the population growth. I understand the need for having building capacity that will meet that. But I do also feel that going forward from a climate change point of view, there will be other factors that will pressure us to use less and therefore have less wastewater as well as a result. I don't know if I was talking close enough. All of a sudden, I remembered that at the end. Mayor Morrison, I apologize. So yeah, I just wanted to factor that in
That's a
as
good
well.
point.
It's pretty important how we conserve water.
Oh, 100%.
I just looked up Kimberly, 95 million.
Oh man.
How big's the population of Kimberly? I mean, how much?
8,000, it's less than us. 95.
Wow.
It's 8,000, is it?
No, it's 7 or
That is a
something.
big per capita cost, right?
Wow.
95 million.
Yeah.
Your point is so, like, we gotta, damn, what we could do with that money in terms of.
As
Gotta
we-
sell a lot of ski passes.
That's what I was thinking.
Horsepower and
Wow.
mitigation.
In 2005, when it was 4 million, I was shocked.
Oh.
Been a bargain.
Yeah.
So if there's no more questions on that wastewater side, I thought I'd just kind of drop back here and show you a similar slide then for the water that we discussed this morning. So again, similar type of structure here that we have where we have the user fees coming in and the other revenues, which are those connection fees for new projects that come online. Operating expenses, you're seeing a 6% increase in here, but part of that is what we did is we moved the water metering ICI project that was in there as a capital cost, recognizing that this is now going to be more of an ongoing type of cost. We had it in there as we put all those water meters in place, we sort of moved that out of the capital budget and put it into the operating budget. It is sort of an ongoing piece of replacing those meters and monitoring those meters and the works that Rory's doing. So we've just shifted that into the operating side. So if you were to take that piece out, we're still looking at that inflationary increase in the operating expenses. Again, you have the net revenue available for capital, which goes into our reserve, and then we have the capital expenditures to come out of that, and kind of looking at ending 2023 at that $4.2 million reserve budget there.
I have a question. This seems so weird to give here.
You'll get it.
I'm looking at both of your slides here, CFO, in terms of other revenues in both the wastewater and in the water budget, and they're both substantively down. And I'm just wondering what you're using to account for the why those are both so down. One was down 69% and this one's down 77%.
Yeah, and it's really just those two big projects that we had in 2022. So we had the health campus pay some connection fees as well as pay for some of the upgrade costs for the services that are
Right.
there. And same as the Vernon Street project that's here. You know, we do have maybe like some smaller ones coming on in 2023, and you know, that's kind of what we have as a preliminary estimate when we talk to development services about what they have coming up. But it's not so much that 2023 is down, it's just that 2022 was kind of a
So if we were looking at 2021 numbers, if we had another year back, we would see different numbers, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to go back and look. There's, you know, there always seems to be something that's happening, right? So, you know, there was, I don't know if it was 2021 or maybe 2020, but we had, you know, a whole bunch of affordable housing projects come online as well, right? In Hall Street and the Reimer building.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it really just depends on what's happening. I know that in 2023, we have the Kulos property down there, but they're doing that in kind of a phased approach. So it's not going to be all at once. So it's just kind of looking at those types of things and trying to anticipate what those connection fees will be. If they end up being more, then, you know, that's not a bad thing, but we're just trying to be a bit conservative, saying like, okay, here's the ones we know about. So we'll put those into the budget right now.
And I think from a financial point of view, you know, basically our connection fees are to pay for new development to buy into the system. You know, all the infrastructure, the sewage treatment plant, the reservoir, all that. Those new developments have never paid for that in the past. So when they come in, they basically pay this fee to kind of, you know, play, I guess, is for lack of a better word. So really, it comes in as revenue here, but it really goes into our capital reserves to fund future capital projects. So it's not impacting the operation side of it, like other revenues that, you know, from other sources that you would see on the, you know, the general taxation side. This really is revenue coming in to go into capital to help fund those capital replacements and renewal that we know we'll have to do, that those new developments have to come in and pay their fair share of the fact that, you know, we're going to have to upgrade the sewage treatment plant and we're going to have to upgrade the 5 mile water line and things like that. So it's not really, doesn't affect what we're proposing on user fees for this year. It just helps support that capital side of it.
Kevin, or sorry, do we, considering the escalating costs of, you know, building a new sewer plant, is this something that we need to start building into taxation to, you know, ahead of all this? So this is money, we could funnel this money towards this, what could be, it sounds like $100 million project.
Yeah, well, we'll have, you guys, they have some estimates, I assume, in this.
Not 100 million.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Because just listening to the.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
Yeah. No,
It's still potentially going to be very big.
yeah, it's probably more in that 30 size, but you know, it wouldn't be from taxation, it would be from these user fees. So when we talk about the user fees from, you know, the water and wastewater, it'd be the wastewater side. So we try to keep it all within that one fund, so that the fees pay for the operations, pay for the capital. We'll have to do some borrowing for sure. There's no way we can build up reserves to that. And maybe, you know, we probably shouldn't be building up reserves and paying for the whole thing with reserves. There's a balance there of building up reserves and then also funding some of it with debt. So there's kind of that combination of the two, and looking for some grants as well.
I guess I'm just thinking of, you know, long-term, small taxation over a long period funneled in the right direction would be better than a, you know, a giant lump sum for 2 years.
Yeah, and I think I think, you know, the previous council and councils before that, you know, started to build these reserves to give us that capacity. And as Chris mentioned, switching, you know, the water and sewer, what that ratio was, and you can see it in the reserves here that in 2023, the budgeted ending reserve for the wastewater side is almost 16 million. And we're about 4 on the water side. So, you know, that shift that we did was in anticipation. We knew for a long time that we're going to have to upgrade the wastewater treatment plant, so we have year after year been putting $2-3 million a year into that. This budget's based on putting another $3 million into that reserve. So we're certainly will have our share of that. These projects are hard to do on user fees alone. So we're we need a grant. That senior level government grants for these projects. If we get that, that's 73 cents. 73% is paid by the provincial federal governments, and now that project's manageable within the reserves.
Okay.
So I'd be just we're counting on it, on getting grants, certainly to a certain extent. That's not just wishful thinking. That's pretty consistently they've funded these type of infrastructure projects.
I guess, Kevin, I'm just thinking like of, costs could speed up quicker than we can actually fill our reserves.
Yeah.
So that's what makes me nervous, is that it gets too far out and we're too far behind.
Yeah.
So trying to keep that the space between the actual costs and what we actually have close together.
I think that, though, to also consider is that, borrowing does come into all these major things, and we have to keep that in mind, that we're not going to, because the taxpayer does get a little bit distressed when they see a large reserve and then don't see the project coming forward. We get favorable rates from MFA. That's, we're very fortunate here in BC. Sometimes too fortunate. Sometimes that means a few less grants come our way because we have the opportunity to borrow money so inexpensively. And so we want to keep that in mind, because the other thing is that as with anything, even our household budgets, we never want to take all of our reserve and have to spend it on the new roof. We're probably still going to go to the bank and ask for some money and take some of that, because once you're at zero, you can be sure that once you spent all the reserve, something else downstream, sorry Chris, I'm stealing your, will break, and then we have no money for that, right? So we have to, I always think of the reserves helps us make sure that we're doing the maintenance that we have to do all the time. And then, something like a complete plant replacement is like a major project that will get some reserve money, but then we're going to use grants and we're going to use borrowing to accomplish that, because that's also going to be there for the next 50 years. So we don't want to spend all of our reserves at one go either.
And Mayor Morrison's really right on the ball on that one. Is we have really protected what we've been out borrowing for, because we knew we had some of these larger projects coming down the pipe. There's another one.
You can't get away from it.
I guess all
late in the day,
all
man.
analogies are must be based on water water and sewer. And that's why we pushed, and we will continue to push back on the Utility Commission with what they're expecting us to, borrowing levels we have, because we have to manage our borrowing across the whole city. We can't have a big portion of our borrowing tied up in Nelson Hydro, and doesn't give us, the capacity to build, borrow against our other utilities.
Yeah.
Councillor Lockenberg, you have a question?
And to build on what Leslie was saying earlier, like gray infrastructure is super expensive and will always be super expensive. Oh, sorry. Gray infrastructure, super expensive. When you're talking about that kind of money, like tens of millions, if not $100 million, what you can do with green infrastructure is mind-blowing. And I think the work being done across the world, certainly in Europe and some places in North America, are astonishing. Like, it's just such a huge amount of money that we could. So I think, given the time frame we have to work with, we should really be maybe building up some expertise, or at least some knowledge, our knowledge base on what green infrastructure solutions we have available to us. Because I think, man, we could do something truly amazing.
Yeah, agreed.
That's what we were doing. We were using that river.
I'm more thinking of just pumping it up the hill and just dumping it. Let the forest figure it out.
So I'll just share with you then a chart. I'll show you one for water and one for wastewater as well, that just kind of shows you where we're at as far as reserves, money coming in from operating capital expenditures, and I'll kind of walk you through this piece here. But the blue line there that's across the top is what our water reserve balance is in each of the years of the capital plan. The blue line shows what's coming in as far as revenue from operating, and then the green line is the capital expenditures for that year. And then along the bottom is what we have outlined as far as any debt financing. So we're kind of haven't borrowed for quite some time, so we're sort of at those low levels. In 2027, we expect that if we're going to be tackling that 5-mile replacement, we would take on some borrowing for that. So you can see kind of in the earlier years here in your 2022, 23, we're kind of finishing up that final phase 4 of what was in the master plan as far as doing the treated water storage. We get a little bit of a break here as we kind of build up reserves again over a few years here, 25, 26, before we tackle that 5-mile project. And then that's where we draw down reserves again before kind of building them back up. So it ebbs and flows, again, kind of depending on what the projects are, and trying to maintain those reserves at a comfortable level, recognizing there are going to be some years where it drops a little bit lower than maybe what you would want to have as a sustainable amount, but then starts to rise back up again. And then the picture for the wastewater side is quite a bit different. As you can see, we're building up those reserves to get to that point where we start to get right into doing the upgrades to the wastewater treatment facility. So that's a bit of a longer term outlook. We're just sort of in the midpoint of kind of building up those reserves. Operating is outpacing capital expenditures over this period as we put more money into that. And we did that switch that we talked about of trying to allocate more of the fees into the wastewater side. And then we start to work on the design of the wastewater treatment facility, the force main, airport lift stations, and kind of finish up that project as progresses along. And again, taking on some debt, looking for some grant revenues in there as well. But we do have some debt financing worked into that as we get a little bit further out into the project.
And I think one thing we've talked about that I think we should still explore is it still warranted to have these as two separate utilities, or do we brand this as Nelson Water and deal with both the use of the water and the end use of the water, and then we don't have one, like we're switching fees between one and the other, and we can balance that reserve as a bigger entity. So when you might have a big water project and not much on the sanitary or wastewater side, and that'll create a little bit more flexibility instead of us playing with fees to do that. We bill it as the same, it shows up as water and water and wastewater on your bill anyway, so it's not like the person doesn't. I don't think too many people go, well, how much was water, how much was wastewater, and they look at, my utility bill was $1,100 or whatever, right? So
that's a great point. And, the way that the master plans are staggered as well, to sort of have one, at 5 years, another one at 5 years, and just conscious of the staff's time and be able to manage projects, we really do look at these together and say, like, we can't tackle both of these utilities at the same time. We need to focus on the water, then shift to the wastewater, and then back to the water again. So having them act as one would really help to balance that out and have us look at it more holistically and be able to allocate those fees without thinking about, okay, we need to do another switch or not do a switch, or borrow for one here. We can kind of keep it on a project basis and allocate those funds and the reserves to both sides. So I think that's a really smart idea. Yeah.
Is that just a matter of resolution, or how do we?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the legislative side. I think it's within our control as a local government. So, yeah, we talked about this, I think, with this past council. We just didn't get to it.
Councilor Panero, you have a
Jesse.
question?
Yeah, something like that wouldn't affect our ability to get grants or fund any particular projects. It would just be, it's as it is.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, when you're putting in that grant funding, it's really for a project. You know, sometimes some of the programs favor, you know, a water project or a wastewater project, but that's not going to change depending if they're separate utilities or not. We apply for them as the city of Nelson, not as sort of the two utilities. So not anything you saw, Colin, out there.
Never in any of the grants that I filled out or anything, I don't recollect there being something where we're having to disclose other financials based on, I think it was more just, here's our project, the merits of the project, and a lot of it was based around you know, whether it was a worthy thing of funding and does it meet the funding requirements that they've outlaid for the program. I don't know, you may have done some financial piece for it.
I think maybe the only thing is on the asset management side, but we have, you know, a water master plan, a wastewater master plan. Those are, I think, would satisfy those types of requirements. So, you know, whether the city's contribution is coming from a separate wastewater reserve or a utility reserve, I think wouldn't really matter. So, yeah.
Councillor Tate.
It looks to me like these big projects for both of them are around 2028. Is 2027 and 2028? And so I'm just wondering about the like human resource implications of that.
Yeah, so like I spoke to a little bit before is kind of working with these guys in conjunction and making sure that exactly that there isn't sort of an overload on them. And also, you know, you met Suzanne Rourke, our purchasing manager there, who all of this has to funnel through. So conscious of her, she's been involved in this budget process as well from the beginning, and just her team's time as well. So, you know, there's the planning side of things and making sure that as we're sort of wrapping up, you know, or having the, you know, the Celis or the 5 Mile Line project kind of underway, then maybe we're starting on that kind of wastewater treatment plant. So yeah, keeping those two things in mind for sure. Yeah.
Then we were going to throw Baker Street in the middle.
Yeah.
That's gonna get busy.
And I see
we're an ambitious
2027,
group.
somebody else will be sitting in this
Yeah.
chair.
Actually, that was great planning.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't plot Colin Innes's retirement on this graph here.
Or commitment to.
That's the error.
So any more questions, council? Okay, back to you, Chris.
Yeah, so yeah, we're kind of at that 3:30 mark. I think traditionally what we've done is kind of look at, you know, proposing a couple of recommendations and having, you know, council, if there's any other scenarios they want to look at. But what we've had kind of in our plan for quite a few years is sort of that 2% increase for water and 1.5% for wastewater each year. For this year, we were proposing that we switch that to 2% and a 2%. Just again, conscious of the fact that, you know, what we're seeing for wastewater, and you'd be surprised what that little difference can make when you're talking about, you know, what might be, a few dollars a year, how that adds up to the end when you're looking at your reserves over time. Actually, I think I have a few graphs here you can kind of see as it changes. So you have your wastewater reserves with a 2% increase. If, for example, you were to switch to a 0% increase in 2023 and kind of go to 2% after that, you can sort of see how that shifts your reserve balance by the end. And if we were to keep that funding at that 1.5% increase, you're kind of looking at this for a reserve balance over time. So it does kind of add up. It's a difference of $3 million when you kind of get to that end of doing the wastewater treatment facility. So that could be $3 million more in reserves. It could be $3 million less in borrowing. It could be just that contingency piece. So it does sort of add up over time. So that's kind of the direction we were looking at. I think we've done a good job of keeping those reserves and fueling those reserves, so we're able to do these projects. But again, conscious of the fact that we're in unusual times with inflation and what an impact that amount can make as we kind of look out into the horizon of maybe shifting to that 2% as opposed to the 2 and 1.5.
Could you tell me what it looks like if you just flip them themselves? What does 1.5 in water look like?
Yeah, we could do something like that. Yeah, for sure. So that, yeah, exactly. So the overall is kind of like when we did that switch.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
we did the
sure.
switch
Yeah.
before. What does it look like?
So if you added the I guess what's the fee base, but
Yeah, you're looking at a smaller amount there as well, right? So you'd have to kind of look at, if the idea was to just, like you're doing 2% to 1.5% on a fee that's a lot lower than the wastewater fee. So maybe want to look at what percentages that would make if you wanted to kind of keep it at that same 2 and 1.5%. I think that's kind of what you're getting to, right? Is that if the overall increase, what that is, if you could have that same overall increase, but just shift the percentages within it to kind of come up with a similar amount? Is that kind of what you had in mind, I think? Yeah.
So that raised a question for me on metering. Like if we did combine in the utilities into one bill, would we still be able to do metering?
You basically meter wastewater on your water consumption. That's what I'm correct, right? So we charge for wastewater based on how much water you use.
Okay.
That's the formula.
Right,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't meter anything going out. It's just what's coming in, assuming that it's
It
all
goes
going
out.
out somewhere. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're putting it somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people bring their own in sometimes.
I let the rain deliver.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. I would just say too that, working into our communication strategy to the public that, we have these major projects coming up and that, we're trying to balance the books and the people understand the scale of these things. They don't come along often in a town, building a sewer plant or, very true, or, laying new water line or, tearing up Main Street. Like these are big projects for Nelson. So just having, some good communication around that would probably soften some of the blow of what it means to all of us.
Well, I think on some of the slides, you show what actually the impact to the person is, that homeowner. And
Yeah.
these are very small impacts on residential. Obviously commercial can be quite a bit more. They use a substantial more water than a residential user. But again, combined with, Councillor Payne in terms of, you can manage some of these costs, if you're, if you're a large user and, do we start to, the challenging of going to metering is most of our costs, as you can see in here, are fixed. If you use less water, it doesn't make it any less expensive to build a wastewater treatment plant or upgrade, utility lines. None of that really changed. I think we're 90% capital and 10%, operating. It's really hard. We need the same amount of people to run the plant, whether you're using, more water or less water. It doesn't really change how much, the staffing we have and all that sort of thing. So there's very little opportunity to, to save on that operating side. So, that what happens and you go to metering and people reduce, but if we can reduce some of the capital costs because people are using less, we have to build a, not as large of a sewage treatment plant or some of those things. That's where you want to look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked a little bit at the break, Councillor Payne, on some of the things that Hydro is doing as far as communication. I think they're, got some great ideas and some good messaging out there, and we could definitely look to doing some similar things on the water and wastewater side of things to let people know just sort of about the projects that we're doing and some of these things that are coming down. Yeah.
So this is the rate impact of the 2%?
Yes. Yep. This is what it'd be, the 2%.
We're talking $22 a year and $1.83 a month.
Yeah.
But that's great information to get out to people, so that, you know, when they hear, like, we're gonna have to build a $50 million sewer plant or something, that it's actually doable and it's not gonna be.
Yeah, you have to pay $22 more to
Right.
help us build that.
Yeah, so.
I get to have a turn again. This is gonna take me a while. Maybe I'll just always have, like, Councillor Lockenberg say, Mayor Morrison, your turn. Could we, you know, as we kind of go away, because I'm sure that we must be sort of a wind up here in terms of today's workshop, and I know you're gonna come back with more, because we have to do resource recovery, and we're gonna be seeing some potentially increased costs there, I'd imagine. Maybe I'm wrong, but in my head, I recall that when we were doing these rate settings in the last few years and through COVID, that we made an adjustment for commercial.
Yeah.
So is it possible for you to bring back the next time around a slide? Could we have a reflection on what these rates have been, say, from pre-COVID to COVID? And can we have residential and business broken out? Because I clearly remember sitting here and saying, we won't increase this at all for our business customers. So, because there is the impact, as the CAO was saying, on businesses, because we do a lot of these costings by fixtures, and I'm really happy, because like I always say, I have 5 toilets in my house, and I'm glad I'm not paying the water utility based on my fixtures. But in a restaurant, they're paying for the 5 toilets that they have in their restaurant. So if we could have that broken out, so particularly the new councillors can see what those numbers have looked like. I just sort of think we need to have a full picture, and it'll be good for the rest of us to have that look too, because we were really trying to be conscious of what we were doing, particularly doing COVID. Doesn't mean that we should go be any less watching what the numbers are now, but I think that would be helpful to everybody.
Sure, yep, I think, like 2020, I think we had that 0% for commercial, so, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in there I recall quite clearly that I voted on for a 0, so.
And I think this next slide is an example of
Yeah, this,
commercial, right?
yeah, this was just for, again, 2023, looking at what kind of your commercial restaurant. It's hard to say what a typical business is, but just looking at fixture count and things. But this would be what a 2% and 2% impact would be on that kind of commercial business, right?
Mayor?
I don't know if this is the time or place for
Yeah,
this, but
just make sure that you lean into that microphone just a little bit there, Jesse, because you have very soft voice. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is the time for this, so please just, we can do it some other time if that's what's going on. But people have brought up to me, it's just, it's unrelated, kind of, but everything's fairly interlocking. So this thing about available rental space in town, actually, and what the city could do to incentivize people to rent their houses long term. And so I'm just wondering if is there any way of knowing what our wiggle room is with water and sewer as far as incentivizing something like that? Like if somebody had a suite they were renting out long term, can we give them a break on their water and sewer? And what, I know we already do to some degree, but can we, I'm wondering what our,
I believe
what
it's
our
like-
margins are,
Yeah.
and if there's a
We
way
give
of knowing.
75% reduction.
75, yeah.
It's a 75% reduction, so they pay 25% of a water and sewer bill if they're
For
using
that
their
second
secondary suite.
suite.
So it went from, that's gone from, it used to be 50%, and it's gone now to a 75% reduction.
So you're paying about just over $250 a year, I guess, for a secondary suite on top of your. That's the additional charge we charge. So that's, I don't know how many secondary suites can you
Yeah,
remember?
I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, so that would be if you had a conforming suite.
Yeah.
We give you a 75% discount, but only if it's used as a long-term rental.
Yeah.
If it's a short-term rental, you don't get
Right.
it. So that does discourage the short-term rentals, but encourages long-term.
And do we roughly know how many how many units that impacts and how many units maybe that are falling outside of that conforming suite definition. Just because I imagine there's a lot that fall out of that.
Yeah, and conforming suites, people, unless a renter, the unfortunate part there is unless a renter who's living in a non-conforming suite wants to come forward and say something, and they don't usually want to risk that. We have no idea of what suites are non-conforming, right? That would be good. That would be good information to have in terms of fire.
Well, we do get some
and
of that
safety.
information from BC Assessment if they identify that somebody has a secondary suite, then they do inform us, and we do follow up with them, and we do charge them double if they're not conforming. We can, the challenge, what we're trying to do on the conforming side is it's really those safety risks of those suites that, that the life safety aspects. That's why, that's the biggest thing for us. I don't know what our latitude is to just address life safety issues. We can follow up on that. I think it would, this has always been a difficult place for us. We know there's a non-conforming suite. We know there's a housing challenge in Nelson. We have this one tool to, encourage those folks. I think we can be maybe more active on that. We have talked, I think, with this council, the previous council, about, instead of, can we take what you would pay in that additional fee and allow you, if you have a plan to how you're going to address these life safety issues, we'll allow you to, we'll credit that money back to you. So as long as you're, upgrading.
Apply for an exemption or sort of, or some sort
of
pathway through.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, and I think that might be the way to look at these, because we want those life safety issues to dealt with, and we're not doing this to collect additional revenue for the water and sewer side. We're really doing this as a stick to get you to do the those upgrades that you need to do. So I think that might be the best path forward for that, is to really look at how do we make that happen, and can we put that into practice, that if you make a commitment, if you save $750 a year over 10 years, that's $7,500, right? That could be invested into making those improvements that we want you to make. We don't want to collect the money. We'd rather have you make those improvements, actually.
No, I'd just be interested to see how we can expand that. We're capturing a certain amount of people under that umbrella, right, that have declared suites, and I think there's a lot of people that share their homes or rent out suites that aren't declared or what have you, and also choose to Airbnb those places too, instead. So if there was any way that we could capture more of that, incentivize more people, and then that would sort of take care of a housing piece as well. And I don't want to speak out of turn. I just
this is exactly the time to bring it up.
We would have there. It would be interesting to know what we have to pay with.
So knowing that the Airbnbs and those short-term rentals are all paying, if they have a suite, they're all paying full price for that other property that they're renting.
So Mary, you're saying that on the flip side of that, the short-term rentals are paying the full commercial rate, and are they paying it for the whole house or just for that?
No. So you would pay for your house, and then say and then if you have a suite and you're Airbnb-ing it or you're short-term rentaling it, you're paying another, whatever, $1,000. Just the ballpark of what I rented. Yeah.
Right. So it's not based on the number of fixtures in that suite.
No.
Okay.
No, it's just like you're paying two instead of one, because you got two spots.
And two residential.
You're paying two residential rates.
Two residential rates. So
But if you have a long-term rental,
stick there too.
then
Yeah.
you get the 75% deduction on the second.
Right. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. So I'll come back at the next meeting when we talk about resource recovery. And at the beginning, we'll kind of look at a couple of these other scenarios of, what does it look like if we kind of shift the rates a little bit more within the water, wastewater, but keep the overall increase kind of in line with what we had projected. And also look at some of those sort of what the rates historically have been for commercial and residential, sort of pre-COVID through to today and what we're projecting. And also see if I can bring some facts or some data on what we have for number of conforming suites and, you know, how many of those there are and how many non-conforming or how many short-term rental we have that are paying the full rate. Okay. Yeah.
Great. Anybody have any other questions?
Just one more. I just want to ensure, like, we're projecting 2% increase, you know, on the expenditure side, and just want to, you know, that Charlie and Colin and Scott are comfortable that we're, you know, because I see that as some risk that, you know, can we achieve a 2% operating expense increase this year, or, you know, is that just wishful thinking, or we actually have or, you know, we do, you know, fortunately we do have our QP contract is 2%, so we know that, and that's a big portion of our expenditures, but I don't know where, you know, supplies and those other things are at, or have we seen big jumps in those this year, or anyway, maybe you don't have to answer that today. I just would like a sober second thought that we, you know, there might be some risk in this budget that to achieve those amounts.
Well, I you know, we're kind of at the beginning of November, so we still got a couple months to try and project forward, but I did take a look at that and look at our projected actuals, and you know, on the wastewater side, we're looking to come a little under budget. So you know, factoring in that increase, like you say, a lot of it's wages, and we have some certainty on that piece, but a lot of it's capital, and we've worked in our capital for 2023, some of those numbers, and also inflation projections, but they're just projections. So, you know, hopefully that the economists are all right and we do good, but we'll see.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't want to put you on the spot, CFO, but could you tell me when we're going to get Q3?
Yeah, so I had, with the timing of new council coming in, and I was trying to think of when is a good time to do it. So I think when we start talking about the operating budget, I thought I'd start by doing like a Q3 update of where we are, and then kind of roll into talking about operating and stuff for 2023 as a plan.
So we'll get that report of the council meeting in.
Yeah, I mean, normally we have to wait until, you know, kind of that beginning of November period as we're, you know, got payroll and things coming in. We only had the one meeting, so I was trying to figure out a time to work it into a budget meeting.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll deliver that.
So the next budget meeting then, like next.
Yeah, we could probably, so we're gonna do the, finish this up, we're gonna do the resource recovery, and then in the same week, we're gonna start on the operating side, and then I thought I could bring it at that time.
Okay. I just want to make sure that one of my goals was to actually have Q3 if it comes to a meeting that we're not putting 20 other things on the agenda that day, that's all.
Right.
Just my idea of giving some clarity and more time, because Q2 had a lot of questions, and I felt that you were cut short on your time, and I just want to make sure that council is comfortable, because we do represent the people, and we're the ones that get to ask the questions. Not everybody on the street gets to come and ask you the questions, so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So we'll make it a day where we talk about sort of the Q3 update, some of the challenges that we're seeing for, you know, 2023, as far as, you know, some of the things I've spoken to Suzanne about, as well as the cost pressures and what we're doing to kind of mitigate that. I know we always do sort of a kickoff to talk about, hey, here's some of the good news pieces, some of the additional revenue sources, some of the opportunities, some of the things like that we'll do. We'll just kind of keep it to that type of subject matter, just keep it just to that. So I think we'll have enough time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, then at this point, can I ask for a resolution to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Lochberg. All those in favor? Thank you. Everybody have a great week.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Oh, thanks,
Are you giving him a ride home?
Nope, we're both taking the bus.
Are you both taking the bus? Well, you better start jogging, and I better get you your plug-in.
Oh yeah, right.
Let me run first.